honor to introduce myself as the MC host of this webinar today. It's my great pleasure to welcome all the speakers, presenters, distinguished guests, and colleagues in this virtual conference. I'm really excited inside to be addressing such an academic gathering. It is such a great opportunity for all of us to interact and network with professionals and colleagues across the country in this global pandemic situation. We know it, we're going through this abnormal, unprecedented situation these days. That's why we have been locked in home, but we are trying to utilize the time for our best. Also, it is a great honor for us to have sessions by prominent scholars and NELTA leaders from the center and the branches. And this is a historic moment for NELTA Morang for two reasons. First, it has incorporated English language scholars, teachers, and youth enthusiasts from home and abroad. And second, it is the first virtual conference Morang NELTA has organized in its history. Moving on, I can feel we are all excited, all the participants from different parts of the country. But before we begin the program, I would like to share some housekeeping rules for all the participants so that we can have a very organized and smooth flow of the program ahead, though I had already a display on the screen. So I'm going.
Ram sir.
Yes, sir.
Ram sir, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Ashok sir has already elaborated on that, so
Okay.
later let us move on.
So,
yes.
so I'm not going to read in between the line because we have already been familiar with the online etiquette. So I want all the participants to remember the housekeeping rules once again throughout the sitting. So before we move on, let me share our main theme of the webinar today. As the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has forced both teachers and students into the stressful situation of lockdown, we as a branch are deeply committed to converting this critical time into a constructive time of sharing and learning. So this webinar is designed to equip teachers with strategies for during and beyond the post-lockdown classroom. Hence, our title for the webinar is Strategies for Teaching in the Post-Lockdown Classroom. I'm sure this sitting of ours will be pretty fruitful and productive. So we feel blessed to have with us our great scholars, mentors, and NELTA leaders. I would like to express my deep respect and acknowledgement on the behalf of Morang to all the speakers, presenters, panelists, NELTA leaders in the branches and provinces, NELTA life members and other English teachers and scholars, as well as the participants in this webinar. Now, without much delay, I'm taking you all to the main session of the program. We have short opening session here with few remarks. First, I would like to request NELTA Morang Chair, Mr. Gunraj Nepal, to welcome one and all in this virtual juncture. Over to you, Gunraj sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Host, my friend Ram Dahal sir. Dear Madam President Motikala Subba Dewan, Associate Professor, Tribhuvan University, former President and National Director, Advisor Mr. Hemantaraj Dahal sir, Senior Vice President Professor Dr. Laxman Gnawali, President of AFSAN Morang, Mr. Arjun Basnet and his entire team, Program Coordinator Ms. Sarita Dewan, CC Treasurer Mr. Ashok Sapkota, CC Member Mr. Keshav Prasad Bhattrai, all province presidents of NELTA, all branch chairs, Setrap Chair Dr. Ramji Timalsena, NELTA colleagues, community school and private school teachers, teachers educators, principals, and all the valued participants. You are all welcome in the NELTA Morang webinar. Against the backdrop of COVID pandemic fear and imposed lockdown, we'd like to welcome all our valued participants with the positive energy that we are experiencing at NELTA. The year 2020 has been a historic year in the life of Nepal English Language Teachers Association, NELTA, led by our President Motikala Subba Dewan. We as NELTA leaders and members feel that she is a powerful metaphor for good leadership and positivity. Drawing on her time, energy, inspiration, and support, NELTA, its provinces and branches have been organizing virtual conferences and webinars across the country. Dear Madam, we as a branch are deeply humbled for all the support extended to us, your valuable presence and assistance today. In this webinar, we are equally honored to have a gracious presence of Mr. Hemant Rajdahal, our fatherly figure for several NELTA people across generations. Despite his busy schedule, he has been with us to give a brief encouraging note. Dear sir, you are also welcome, and we are looking forward to your productive session tomorrow. We are also thankful to Professor Dr. Laxman Gnawali, Senior Vice President, for his encouraging inputs and a session today and panel discussion later tomorrow. We would like to acknowledge the presence of former chairs of Morang NELTA, Mr. Amrit Acharya, Dr. Mohan Kumar Tumahang, and Mr. Guru Prasad Adhikari. We believe that your blessings are always there. We are equally thankful to Mr. N.P. Bhandari, NELTA Province 1 President, for his presence, continuous support, and assistance today. We'd also like to thank Mr. Govinda Niroula for his session today. At this moment, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Morang PAPSON, President Mr. Arjun Basnet, Senior Vice President Sitala Subba, Secretary Mr. Premlal Singh Suwal, Palika chairs including Mr. Indra Rai, Palika secretaries including Mr. Arjun Srestha. A huge thank you to the entire team of Morang PAPSON for providing such an excellent support in all forms. We would like to extend a deep sense of gratitude to NELTA CC member, Mr. Keshav Prasad Bhattrai, for his unconditional support and care. Province President, Mr. Ramji Hamal, sir, for his continuous encouragement and admiration through telephone calls and messages. What a moment you gave us. Mr. Ganesh Sumagai and Dr. Navraj Naupane for extending good wishes through your mails. Branch Chair, Mr. Rabin Baral, Mr. Dharmendra Bhattrai, and Mr. Rajendra Baral for giving me a feeling that we at NELTA are truly one family with one professional mission for growth and development in education. We are deeply humbled for encouraging inputs and backup support from Program Coordinator, Mr. Sunsari Program Coordinator, Mr. Umesh Bhandari, who is one of our hosts with Mr. Ram Dahal. We would also like to acknowledge the valuable presence of the entire team, NELTA team of Province 1, General Secretary, Vice Chair, and all the valued members, all the branch members, including my team at Morang NELTA. Last, but by no means least, we would like to acknowledge the encouragement and support from all teachers, teacher friends across the country, friends on Facebook, for their likes, for their emojis, for their kind notes, and for their promotion and sharing. Without you, we would not have this level of confidence, dear valued participants. Wish you all a productive webinar. And I would like to add the final note that this is probably the first ever in the history of Morang NELTA that we have been honored with the gracious presence of President and former President and all the recognized scholars from across the country. Thank you all for this great honor, and you all are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gunraj Nepal sir, for your beautiful welcome note. Now we have time constraint, so my humble request is there to try to be as brief as possible. So let's move ahead now. We are honored to have inaugural session from the NELTA Center President. So may I request NELTA Center President Madam Motikala Subba Dewan to inaugurate the session with a brief opening note. Over to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ramsa. Dear Chairperson of today's program, Mr. Gunraj Nepal, Chair of NELTA Morang, respected special guest, Mr. Hemant Raj Dahal, NELTA Advisor and Past President, Mr. Arjun Bosne, the President of Morang Papson, Mr. Naraprasad Bhandari, the President of NELTA Province 1, Professor Dr. Laxman Gnawali, Senior Vice President, Mr. Ashok Sapkota, Treasurer, Mr. Keshav Bhatrai, Mr. Homraj Khadka, Central Committee members, Advisor from Province 1, Mr. Ramji, NELTA President, Sudur Paschim, and all the provincial committee members and branches leaders, Mr. Rabin Baral, Chair of NELTA Sunsari, Mr. Rajendra Balar, Chair of Ilam, Mr. Laxman Bhatta, Chair of Kailali, and all the NELTA members, NELTA official, Mr. Kunjamani Gautam, Access Coordinator, and Ms. Sarita Dewan, Training Coordinator. All the respected facilitators, teachers from private and community schools, representatives from PAPSON and NPAPSON, and wonderful participants. Namaskar and warm good afternoon to all. First, I would like to express my sincere thanks to NELTA Morang for providing me this opportunity to deliver short remarks in the opening of two-day webinar on strategies for teaching in the post-lockdown classroom, organized by NELTA Morang branch in collaboration with the Morang Papson for the community and private schools teachers from 29 to 30th May. As the NELTA president, I'm very much honored and feel proud for your initiation and effort bringing private and community school teachers at one platform. On behalf of NELTA, I would like to congratulate NELTA Morang and Morang Papson for executing this significant webinar, especially for the focus group school teachers. At present, we are in the state of delirium. During the lockdown, over 90% of economic activities have come to grinding halt. Most governments around the world have temporarily closed educational institutions in attempt to contain the spread of the COVID-19. The government of Nepal has extended lockdown for the fourth time, and all the private and public schools, offices, educational institutions, business houses are closed, and it is still unknown how long lockdown will be continued. Talking about the educations, according to UNICEF, there is an estimated 1.54 billion children and youths enrolled in school or university are staying at home. Many countries have switched to online learning platforms, and in Nepal also, most of the private and public schools and institutions started online teaching learning. As a matter of fact, the new mode of learning is rife with challenges. Policymakers, headmasters, principals are confronted with some tough questions: when and how to operate the regular classes, how to ensure students, teachers, and other staff safety in schools, what will happen next, how to use online devices, how to run online classes, how the education ministry will figure out possible ways of resuming classes. We can give an example of SEC examination postponed. It has created an anxiety and fear among students and teachers. The government needs to answer these questions. At this juncture, NELTA initiation is exemplary, and NELTA has become more vibrant. One after another, NELTA has conducted online training classes and conferences in all 7 provinces, even branches, and already conducted online programs. And now Morang and Dang in a pipeline. Morang is doing this, and Dang is in pipeline with many more. NELTA is running webinar series, particularly for the school teachers in collaboration with British Council. 6 sessions of May are already completed successfully, and even 7 is going to happen in the evening today. This webinar series extension will be continued until June to July, and we are working on it. Mr. Gunraj Nepal is also assigned as one of the facilitators from NELTA for this BC and NELTA's collaboration webinar series. And we are going to launch another webinar series in collaboration with the Regional English Language Office, the US Embassy Nepal, for the mixed group in each province, inviting native speaker as a specialist. See, situation has led us to new zone, which was neglected before. It has taught us a lesson to go for digital world. The lockdown has come as a blessing in disguise. It has made obligatory for us to go for online teaching and learning. Sooner or later, everyone has to learn and adopt this skill. Otherwise, we will be left behind in every field. It seems there is a flood of virtual teaching and learning, which is good to some extent. However, time has come to think about its quality and outputs and pros and cons. NELTA as a voluntary organization with the 4,700 members strength, with the outreach to most of the district through 55 branches and 7 provincial committees, time has come to revise our roles and to collaborate with the various organizations and stakeholders having similar interests, such as NELTA Morang is conducting this two-day webinar program in collaboration with the Morang person. This is the beginning. I'm very optimistic. With the time, teachers from Morang will be ahead in the lead to run virtual classes. This is the high time. Consciously, we have to think about our time and students. So I hope lockdown has made the transition in physical teaching to virtual. We have to get the advantage of it. We know this is not a replacement, it is a supplement. However, after COVID also, virtual learning will be one of the means in our teaching learning. I hope this webinar will be able to address these issues. I believe NELTA and PAPSON will be in front to disseminate or provide recommendations to the government to prepare the policy and plan for the future modality of education. At concluding note, I sincerely congratulate and thank Mr. Gunraj Nepal, special guest Mr. Arjun Basne, the president of Morang PAPSON, Hemanta Raj Dahal, Mr. Naraprasad Bhandari, the president of NELTA Province 1, and the organizing team, Mr. Ram Dahal, hosting and for taking such a great feat. I also take my liberty to thank Mr. Asop Sapkota, Sarita Dewan, Kunjan Mani Gautam for their incessant technical support to make a success of the program. Not but the least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the facilitators, moderators, especially to wonderful participants, representatives from their schools and institutions, and NELTA members for their effort and support to make this great event. Without you, it wouldn't be possible to materialize it. I hope you are taking care of yourself and your family during the lockdown. Finally, I wish you all the best for the success of the webinar. Be optimistic and stay safe. And I'm looking forward to meet you in my session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for your encouraging and beautiful opening remarks. Now, I have already said that we have little time constraint, so we have few speeches in pipeline. So without much ado, now I would like to request NELTA former President and National Director of NELTA, Mr. Hemanta Raj Dahal, to express his speeches in few words. Over to you, Hemanta Raj Dahal, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good afternoon, namaste, colleagues. Chair of NELTA Branch Morang, President Gunraj Nepal, NELTA Central Committee President, Motikala Subba Dewan, my colleagues from the Central Committee, all the Province Committee representatives, Branch Committee representatives, representatives from PAPSON and the local governments, all the participants. This afternoon, I don't want to make a very long speech because our President Motikala Subba Dewan has covered for a lot of things. So I want to share my experiences. Let's say not exactly the experiences, but my views. I can see some of the challenges now, everybody can see. That's why I was just watching the finance minister's budget presentation also in the house yesterday. And there is a phrase, there is an expectation, though so many people have taken it in a different way. Some people consider it very sarcastic. There is an expectation on behalf of the government if the private schools could collaborate with the community schools in order to help enhance the quality of education in the community schools as well. That's why I am in favor of working together. That's why this is the time. I was just thinking, and I have written two phrases here. With the government's budget and our working modality and the needs of the time, this is the time like breaking the boundary, breaking the barrier. I mean now, we are some kind of concept, private and community concept. There was a concept of a kind of alienation. Now is the time to work together. So the main goal of the schools or the private or community is to, impart the quality of education. That's why Let's work together, private and public. This time during COVID and lockdown, I have been repeating this. It's very important to take into consideration all teaching colleagues. Let's work for preparing lesson plans. These lesson plans for the whole year, once the schools are open, save our time. Then we can make our instruction more effective than ever before, resulting in the learning outcomes of the learners. That is one point I like to propose. We can prepare the lesson plans and we can prepare the materials. So we can store these materials. We can utilize these lesson plans and materials once the schools are open. That is one idea. Another idea, what I think is, we should start now public-private partnership. So let's work with the local government so that the local government can help generate some resources. Maybe we can develop a kind of consortium with the representative of the private schools and the public schools. That's why this consortium, led by some of our colleagues, maybe province leaders or branch leaders, a combination of both, then again comprising the representative of the government agencies and the municipalities. So let's create a kind of pot. The pot will be a kind of financial pot. And let's prepare the resource pool, human resource pool. And then whether it is during the lockdown or after the lockdown, how should we work for education? If the lockdown continues, COVID continues, let's say, a long time, for 6 months, what are we going to do? Are we going to close the schools? Teachers have a lot of opportunity to communicate like what we have been doing online, Zoom meeting. Teachers can download a lot of materials. What about the students? I cannot answer right now, but maybe this kind of consortium once created, comprising different representatives from different stakeholders, from the community and private school sector, government agencies, etc. So maybe there will have better opportunities considering the availability or access to the resources. Then we can work more efficiently. That is one idea for the students. Another idea, once the schools are open, now we will have more challenges to address. How can we address those challenges? We should still work. That's why I propose, let's break the boundary between public and private. Let's break the barrier and work together. Now the government, the, let's say, municipalities should be quite open. The priority now should go into education. That should be number one priority. I request the local government representatives, allocate your resources in number one to education now. There is a lot of confusion about development and education. When I keep talking with the MPs of my area, they consider the construction of bridges, construction of, let's say, other kind of infrastructure, they think development. But we have to understand, education is the foundation for development. If there is no quality education, we cannot do any development. Why? We have to prepare the engineers, we have to prepare overseers, we have to prepare medical doctors, we have to prepare the sociologists, we have to prepare the economists. Where do these people come from? Where does our engineer come from? Our engineer comes from education. And basically, like basic education and high school education is very important as a foundation to prepare these types of human resources. Our lab technicians, for instance, nurses, for instance, doctors, these all come from education. And let's not misunderstand. I'm highlighting basically to the municipal representatives that number one priority should go to education, which is the backbone for development. Another, my proposal, we can start thinking SEE examination. I have a different view. SEE is, now what we have said is school education examination, SE stands for. Now school is up to grade 12. Grade 10 is not the final stage of school level. So I am still confused with the government policy. Why grade 10 examination is also called, school education examination. There is no point. Now this examination in grade 12 should be SEE. That is one point. Grade 10, this should be the kind of grade 10 examination, and these SLC boards should not manage this examination. All the teachers, all the schools should be given the responsibility. No board exam. Why? If we do not trust the teachers who are teaching in the class and we trust somebody else we don't know, that is no point. Distrusting the teachers means how can we expect a quality education? So let's raise voice that we have to cancel the government. I've been writing frequently on the Facebook. Now we have a long time, we don't know how long, lockdown. And the students who've been preparing for SE, their psychology, you can understand. They are so much frustrated psychologically. We should not treat them like that. Let's give the certificate on the basis of the school examination. Now this is a grade 10 examination. This is not the SEE. Thank you very much, friends.
Please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, National Director and former President, Mr. Hemantaraj Dahal, for very encouraging and policy level talk on this occasion. So I have already repeated many times that we have time constraint. That's why we're a little bit worried about that. So please try to be little brief in your presentation. Now we have next best wishes here. So we have Pepson Morang President here with us, but I'm not very much sure whether he is there in our connection or not. Umesh sir, if he is there, then please do inform me. Otherwise, we will take him later. Let me make the announcement first. I would like to request Pepson Morang President, Pepson Morang President, Mr. Arjun Bosnet, to extend his best wishes on this occasion briefly.
Yes, he is there, sir. Ram sir, he is there.
Okay, thank you. So over to you, Arjun sir. Are you getting off, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
You may go on, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's my turn, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. You may go on, sir.
Sir को on छ sir, mic on छ. Arjun sir, स्वागत छ sir. हजुर, हजुर.
हजुर. धन्यवाद सर. यो नेल्टा मोरङ द्वारा आयोजित शायद 2 दिने 2 days or 3 days sir? 2 days.
2 days sir.
2 दिने ट्रेनिङ अन्तर्क्रिया प्रोग्राम का चेयरपर्सन, चीफ गेस्ट, विद्वत वर्गहरु यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुहुन्छ भन्ने मैले बुझेको छु. म अलिकति प्रोग्राममा ढिलो जोइन पनि भएँ. म अर्को एउटा प्रोग्रामकै शेड्युलमा निरन्तर अगाडि छु. त्यसै अर्थमा पनि मैले केही एक्सक्युज पनि गर्नुपर्ने भएको छ र सम्पूर्ण सरहरूलाई विशेष गरी प्याप्सन मोरङ को तर्फबाट म सबैलाई हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्पूर्ण सहभागी इङ्ग्लिस टिचर्स, प्राइभेट स्कुल्स, गभर्मेन्ट स्कुल्स र इङ्ग्लिस टिचर्स जुनसुकै फिल्डबाट भए पनि म सम्पूर्ण सरहरूलाई यो कार्यक्रममा हार्दिक धन्यवाद, स्वागत, अभिनन्दन गर्न चाहन्छु। र यो वास्तवमा लकडाउनको पिरियडमा हामी खाली बसिरहँदा, आइडल रहिरहँदा नेल्टाले अझ अगाडि नै, योभन्दा अझ अगाडि गरेर एक दुईवटा सेसन हामीले सञ्चालन गरिसक्नु पर्थ्यो भन्ने मलाई फिल भएको थियो। तर पनि अहिले एउटा प्रोग्राम उहाँहरूले चाहिँ अर्गनाइज गर्नुभएको छ। राम्रो उपस्थिति, पार्टिसिपेन्ट्स पनि झन्डै 300+ मैले यहाँ देखिरहेको छु। धेरै सहभागिता सहित यहाँ चाहिँ यो कार्यक्रम सञ्चालनमा लागिरहेको छ। म प्याप्सन मोरङको तर्फबाट सम्पूर्ण निजी विद्यालयहरूको तर्फबाट यो कार्यक्रमको पूर्ण सफलताको शुभकामना समेत व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। र यो प्रोग्राममा हाम्रा सहजकर्ताहरू, त्यस्तै गरेर हाम्रा चाहिँ विद्वत वर्गहरू चाहिँ नेल्टासँग रिलेटेड व्यक्तित्वहरू रहनु भएको छ भन्ने मैले जानकारी पाएको हुनाले यो अत्यन्त सुन्दरसँगले यो कार्यक्रम सम्पन्न होस् भन्ने शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दै मेरो आफ्नो भनाइ पनि यहीँ टुङ्ग्याउँछु। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Arjun Bosnet, sir. He was Pyapsan Morang president. Thank you for your beautiful, encouraging words. Similarly, I would like to request now, without much ado, let me go ahead. I would like to request now NELTA Jhapa chair, Mr. Dharmendra Bhattrai, to extend his best wishes on this occasion in brief, less than 5 minutes or 3 minutes time. Over to you, Dharmendra, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Chairperson Morang, Mr. Gunaraj Nepal, our chief guest, Central President, Madam Motikala Subba Dewan, our advisor and director of NELTA, Mr. Hemantraj Dahal, Pyapsan Morang President, all the dignitaries, presenters, head teachers, principals, and respected teachers. I feel great honor to be here and share my words with you. We all know the present unprecedented situation of COVID pandemic. It has created uncertainty in every sphere of life. Nobody can predict what will be the next way of life. As we are worrying for the present, similarly we are compelled to think and rethink about the future. It is sure that the way we were following is not going to be the same for future. We need to change in many of our behavior and activities. I would like to take this liberty to share something regarding the future teaching and learning process. I vividly remember our students were punished for using mobile phone in the school. How strict and rude we were to do so. Now without mobile phone, our school is not going to be open and our daily earning is going to be stopped. We are asking students and parents to manage digital devices. See how the situation has changed. What we have to realize now is the world has already evolved to the digital world. We, the teachers and the institution holders, must change our traditional thoughts too. We need to change as the teacher of 21st century, which means digitally literate, communication and collaboration, critical thinking, creative and globally aware. Unless teachers develop their skills, we can't transfer 21st century skills to our students. This is the best example of the same skills. We are using online meeting, online training, we are teaching through online. Let us do very small things, but do differently. Always think out of box and do try. What is difference between you and your fellow colleague? Why is it necessary to involve in professional organization like NELTA? I'm going to talk about how professional we are and how child-friendly we are. This is my questions to every teacher. So during this pandemic, now what can be the next way? Other strategies after lockdown. In my opinion, most of our parents will be talking about it, presenters will be talking about it. We teachers should be prepared for the situation. Our teaching strategy, methodology, technique is going to be different. So, by bringing this type of forum to all the teachers to prepare for the teachers for the future, uncertain future, I would like to congratulate NELTA Morang for your great endeavor, great effort, how creative mind, how creative activities you generated. I would like to congratulate Govinda sir and entire NELTA Morang teams for this great opportunity to all. NELTA is only the forum that does not discriminate teachers, government teachers, private school teachers. In the eyes of NELTA, everyone is same. We all are professional. We should be professional teachers. And to make professional, we are working. NELTA is doing a great job during this lockdown. Dozens of webinars, conferences, seminars I have attended during this period. Our province, number one, is working hard. Province number one has already completed its conference. Now Morang is going to complete its 2 days webinar, and I would like to share that Dhapa is in pipeline. Dhapa will think about other teachers. We always talked about the teachers who teach in colleges and universities. Now
Dharmendra sir, can you please unmute your device, please? Thank you.
okay. Is it audible?
Yes, please. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So let's also consider the primary teachers, the teachers in the grassroots level. So my recommendations for this webinar presenters, please focus on the school level teachers. School level teachers need a lot of support and guidance. So our duty is to focus on them. To conclude my remarks, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to NELTA, whole team from central level to province and the branch level, that we are trying our best to be more professional, to develop professionalism. We are working hard, and the organization like PEPSON, local government should collaborate with us. We need to collaborate with them too, so that we can bring changes, we can make changes in educational quality. So thank you very much for inviting me as the opening speaker, and I would like to thank NELTA Morang for this great job that you are doing. I wish a grand success of this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, NELTA Dhapa Chair Dharmendra Bhandari sir, for very beautiful and positive words you extended here. Now we are moving ahead without much delay, and then we are coming to very core part of our session, and it is the most awaited moment. And we are really excited to welcome Madam President, Associate Professor Motikala Subba Dewan for her presentation. So the title of her presentation is Turning Crisis into Opportunity. Before we begin the session with her, I would like to request Mrs. Pompha Adhikari to introduce the speaker. Over to you, Pompha ma'am. Pompha Adhikari ma'am, are you there?
Yes, please, madam, you are unmuted. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you may go on, ma'am.
Thank you, Ram sir. It's my pleasure to introduce our first presenter, the speaker of this webinar. Our President Moti ma'am, she is a well-known figure among English teachers in Nepal. So her introduction may not be necessary here, yet it is our convention to introduce in such a program, in such a formal program. Let me introduce Motikala Subba Dewan and short. She is Motikala Dewan Subba Dewan is an associate professor of English in Dewan University, Nepal. Mrs. Dewan is the president of Nepal English Language Teachers Association, NELTA. She is also the central committee member of Dewan University Teachers Association. She is practicing advocate in the Supreme Court of Nepal. She is a trainer, creative writer, translator, reporter, and interpreter. She has participated and presented papers in many national and international workshops, is a consultant in different parts of Nepal. She has published many research articles and books in English and law discipline. Welcome, ma'am, in Morang. Welcome again. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Pankaj. I think I don't have much time, only 43 to 43 minutes. I have to finish by 3. It's not possible. Anyway, I'm going to share my screen first, so it will save our time. Okay, so once again, I would like to welcome you all. And my topic of today is turning crisis into an opportunity. Why I chose this topic? Today we are in a lockdown state situation, which we have never experienced before. So country is closed and private and government schools and offices and educational other institutions, business houses are also closed. We are in the crisis of confusion, dilemma, mentally and physically we are suffering, and we have a kind of anxiety of pandemic. When it will over? Do we survive this? What will happen next? There are so many questions in our mind. I thought, why not present something that will instigate our inner thought to see the situation from the different angles. Let's talk about our kinds of presentations about this. Have you seen my PowerPoint?
It is visible well.
Yes, madam. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. I haven't seen anything from my side. Something happened here. Somebody paused my screen or yeah. I don't know.
Can you please change your slides, ma'am, so that we are sure that it's working?
Yeah. Now I could see. Somebody has a stop and block. I don't know. This is a security problem in Zoom. Anyway, so my topic is for today is turning crisis into an opportunity. So we live in a kind of a crisis. My presentations overview or outlines are based on these 5 kinds of phrases and sentences here. What is crisis? Number 1, and impacts means present scenario of COVID-19. I talk only mostly about the education because we are related with this field, and challenges we have and why we try to make it a kind of opportunity. We'll discuss about that, and I will share also about the conclusion. So I don't want to go in a brief, long about this kind of a crisis definitions. I just want to tell a few things about the crisis. What is crisis? Because if we are going to present something about the topic, at least we should know the concept or meaning about this word. So crisis for us, for the time, there are so many definitions: minor crisis, major crisis. So crisis is a calamity, confusion, disagreement, suffering, disaster, emergency, catastrophe, mishap, or upheaval. There are many definitions, but we have to relate this with our pandemic situations. It is a kind of a situation. If someone or individual or any group or community or whole society or country will be affected by that kind of situations, or that is called a crisis, with a serious problem that leads us to unstable, kind of unsafe or kind of dangerous kind of situation. So crises have their own kind of definitions, and it is divided into many types, but I will only talk about just give a introduction about the major types. I will focus only on the natural crisis, financial crisis, technological crisis, and after we have another crisis of malevolence and natural crisis. So I'll talk financial crisis. If bankruptcy happens to the big organization, that is financial crisis. And technological crisis means if somebody hacks your systems or some appliance or maybe the tools that is damaged in your organization that made you to a kind of a big harm or kind of a loss in your company or organization, that is technological crisis. And talking about the crisis of malevolence, it depends on the organization staffs because of their insufficiency or kind of different kinds of motives. If they hacked the system or they sold our kinds of information to others, this is also crisis of malevolence that will harm to the organization's status and everything. And now last one is the major crisis, is that natural crisis, which we know that is we already faced that is the earthquake also. And now we are facing, that is the pandemic COVID-19. So we'll mostly talk about this. Before we are going to talk about other challenges, let's see the scenario of this COVID-19 in our country at present. So when it was started, okay, lockdown from March 24 by the Nepal government, the nationwide lockdown, it was started before the COVID-19, we heard from the news, but the government formally locked down our country by the March 24th. So what happened then after? Then most of our educational institutions have been completely closed, and SEC exam also postponed, and our colleges and university exams of our master's level students and bachelor's level students also postponed. And immediately after that, the postpone, that was the lockdown, those campuses, public and private colleges and institutions, they initiated kind of online teaching. So it was a kind of scenario at that time and right now. And when the registrar office, even the two people are observing what's happening in education, and they also kind of are motivated to see those kinds of online classes are running on by those private and public institutions. So April 24th also, the registrar office instructed us to take our classes, online classes of our students in colleges or school. So now we are starting and conducting our classes online, but it's not with a regular routine, because all the students, at least because of this pandemic, our students' calendars are at least 6 weeks behind the schedule. And online classes have also created a kind of inequality. School or colleges, I think they are trying to cope up with their kinds of challenges or kind of calendar schedule for the students. And also it has created an inequality in our education system, either between the haves or haves not only about the financial kind of thing, about the economic kinds of constraint, but it's about the digital skills or lacking of digital skill. So we have seen that kinds of inequality among us also. So scenario is like that. And other impacts also in general, we see the stress and trauma in our students and teachers. That stress increases between also parents and children, because previously they used to go to schools and colleges, and also we also go to the offices. We have rare time to meet with each other and share things. But every day we have to sit with our family members, and that also sometimes the children are also have to involve in their online teaching, and parents also have to work online for their offices. So that's why. And it has created a kind of a stress and anxiety among the children and parents and teachers. And other side, financial burden is there, physical burden is there, because too much online classes has also made us really tired and exhausted. That's why we think that this is a kind of impacts we could see. And also physical distancing has also reduced. That's why the children from our schools, they did not have time to do extracurricular activities with their friends. They didn't have kinds of meet their friends and have their own community for that kinds of playing games or kind of talking with them. Only on phone, that is not sufficient. So these kinds of impacts made them also kind of see in stress and trauma to our children. And children, parents, your usual routines also were disrupted. So what was the greatest impact on us or in between or among us? That is the fear. The fear has increased in us. That is, maybe what kind of fear? Maybe we'll die, or maybe we cannot do anything after this. Maybe what will happen after the reopened lockdown, if it finishes or completes, then after what will happen to us? So there are so many fears of anxiety, extra kinds of trauma and stress, frustration, depression, so fear of many things. I just want to share the two kinds of feelings of fear from the international students. We have many kinds of similar kinds of sharing from our also students, but this is the one I found it from the kinds of university kinds of websites. So this student was actually, she is a kind of a student of PhD scholar, and she is going to finish her PhD soon. And she said, I'm a bit fed up of this lockdown because I've spent 3 years working hard to maintain a good grade. Now with the anxiety, everything's okay, it's stopped, and now hard to get anything. She was really frustrated. She has a kind of anxiety, whether I take a good marks or not, because she did really a hard work to finish her PhD. And I also relate with my students because they already finished their kinds of writing thesis. They submit every time first chapter, second chapter, third chapter, and final chapters. And last I compiled them, I checked them, recorrected, they also corrected themselves. And then after they submitted to us, then after what? So what our colleges or our university, they are going to do about this? Because they just already did their tasks, but there is no any kinds of system or kinds of instructions provided by the colleges, institutions, and university to what to do about that kind of thesis. Whether we have to take the online Viva or not, they are not still with the concrete ideas and guidelines. And another one, the students who was from the school level, she was really devastated when the school told them, okay, now from on, we are going to close our school, which is not until when, we don't know, this is uncertain. And she found everyone was scared and self-isolating because the children, they always love to meet with their friends and play with their friends, share their gossips and secrets. And she said, now I lost my motivation. These kinds of fears in school children. So this is the kind of scenario and impact. This is only the small example because we don't have much time. And I talk about the challenges. Then after this impacts and scenario, looking at this, there are many and everybody knows about that. And now what could be the challenges? Because virtual learning and teaching, we should go on through the online devices, which we do not have. And we don't have that kind of digital knowledge and skills. And internet connectivity is another challenge, no reliable internet. And also we use those kind of medium, Zoom or Teams or Google Meet. Those are not also very, very kinds of comfortable or convenient for us. So which one we use? We are in confusion. Somebody says, okay, we use Zoom. Somebody says, okay, Teams is safer. But Teams has also now shifted immediately after Zoom to the Microsoft. We are already trained by two people and instructed about this online training, how to do through the Zoom. Now they shifted us, now they ask us to learn about, okay, Microsoft Teams. And this tutorial is really, really hectic and we don't have that much time. See the challenges. And in that sense, the children lacking of support of parents, because parents also don't know how to operate those kinds of or use those kinds of devices. So teachers and students are not prepared and situation is not very comfortable. And we need, if something happens, for example, they are pressurized by this kind of stress or kind of anxiety, depression, there are no medical supports for them, no counseling provided by our education institutions, okay? And not from TU, not from our colleges and campuses or schools. So our movements are restricted and government does not have the clear policy. Only they are very safe to extend, okay, lockdown. But what could be the concrete ideas or maybe kinds of guidelines to instruct to run properly our educations, okay, educational systems and our classes? So they don't have. But anyway, we have to cope with this. We have to live with this. That's why we have to cope with the challenge of what we have to do. There is nothing, because as a layman, as a teacher, we don't have anything. We just have to listen the instruction, take the instruction. If we have connections or devices, we can talk our students or teach our students through online teaching. Otherwise, we don't have. Sometimes the connectivity is also poor and power cuts. During my teaching also to my student, it happens. So school level teachers and students, this is not a kind of an exception. So to cope with the challenges of this, we must have solidarity and always positive thinking. So in this situation, how could we bring positive thinking? It's up to you. How do you practice that? The solidarity of your kinds of a thing with your community, with your family, with your friends, with your colleagues, you do through that. And if something happens, we have to support them, each other, but always think positively. Otherwise, there is no way to cope with these challenges because government does not have any kinds of a concrete kind of guidelines and instructions. So what will happen after school opens? Everybody knows that we have to practice social distancing. We don't have to sit together. So what about our classes? Do they, our infrastructure, existing infrastructure will able to cope with that kind of situations or adjust or address that kind of situation? Because in our class, we have accommodate at least 50 students. In a school also 30 to 40 students. In government schools, private schools also. So if the school reopens, can you make those students sit in the same room with a similar kind of previous situations? No, it will not possible. So what we have to do, we have to provide the resources, washing, hand washing and soap and water, frequently cleaning, okay? Instruct them to clean their hands and also maintain distance. And this will also increase our workload, and teachers will be hectic, students will be hectic, and financial burden is other thing, and institutions also to the individual and for the teachers and also the students, because to come into the online kind of training or kind of teaching, you have to use your data, mobile or internet access. If you don't have, you have to buy it again and again. It's very, very challenging for us. Financial burden is there in the both side. And use of online tools, that is the different kinds of situations. When we, I think we have to face the challenges after reopening the schools and institutions, educational institutions. We have to address that. We have to change our routine, previous routines. In that modality, we cannot teach them. Look at the schools of this social distancing. Can we do this to our schools and colleges? Our country is poor and developing countries, and most of our public schools, we don't have this type of facilities. But at least in a drum, we can keep the water and also soap to wash hands. And we request our students and teachers to maintain the distance. So this is a kind of example from the developed schools and developed countries. But we don't have this kind of, I think, the facilities. But at least we try looking at them and we get the motivation from this. And Korean schools cafeteria, this is I like, it's a new one. And look at them, though they're eating in the cafeteria, they have the kind of a mirror glass, okay? The glass and divided by the glasses to everyone. They cannot touch each other, and even they are breathing or they are sneezing, they are kinds of, that will prevent by that kind of glass or mirror, okay? See, that's really, really interesting, but in our country, can we do this kind of thing? It's not possible, but we can also maintain the distance. We ask to use the masks to our students and also to keep the water drum every time. And also maybe in alternate days, we can take classes to our students. If there are 30 students in classroom, we divide in 15-15 and we help with other teachers from the same class will have the same subjects who are teaching. We can divide that into 2. And maybe the 3 classes in a day physical, or maybe through online other 3 classes. So in this way, we can also maintain the social distance also. And also we can develop the kind of different kinds of mixed kind of balanced kind of modality for the future educations. And also, as Hemanta sir also talk about that, we can bring the collaboration with the private and public schools, local governments to kinds of run these kinds of facilities, to bring these kinds of facilities and run the kinds of virtual classes. Otherwise, only the school or only the individual teachers will not kind of, able to success to run this kind of thing. So that's why we have to redesign our education system, and we have to provide the orientation to teachers and learners before opening the school. And we can use our remote kinds of distancing learning through radio and TV, because radio is cheaper, I think, comparing to other devices of a smartphone and laptop and other things. So we can also collaborate with the stakeholders like these radio FM in local area. Schools and radio FM can collaborate. Nowadays, I also see on the TV, most of these school programs are there about this kind of, from 5th grade to, I think, 7th or 8th grade kind of lessons are teaching. And every day I see the different subjects teachers are there to give that kind of lessons through the TV. And also we can use the radio also. So printed newspaper also, because they also get the materials. They also have time to publish this kind of lessons to students. And also they don't have to look for the other nonsense kinds of news. Always they look after the only talking about the news about the politics, about the violence, about the kinds of avalanches or something like that. But if they are also collaborate with the educational institutions or schools, and they will have also get the time and also for materials to publish and share with the people, and it will help in a lot. In the remote places, we cannot reach to our students. They are deprived. I already talk about haves and haves not. So they are, who haves not are in that group, they will be deprived of this kind of thing. So if we collaborate with the FM radio and TV, then we can do that also. Let's talk about then it's this time, this kind of pandemic, or maybe the impacts, or maybe kinds of a scenario of present, we use as an opportunity. Take as an opportunity in what sense? Okay, let's hope. Hope is always there. Without hope, we cannot do anything. Because after night, day is always comes, and it will not last forever. Day will also, then after day, night will always come. But this is a kind of a cycle of world or nature, we could say that. So that's why this pandemic will not be last forever, but in this waiting for that, it will not last forever. When it will end, if we wait like that, then we will go into the doom. So let's take an opportunity. Let's do kind of a make as a hope. The hope comes through the positive thoughts. Grow with the positive thoughts. Let's share about some kinds of opportunity we felt and we experienced during pandemic, So we never had a better chance in life to see this. So opportunity to make a greener world, because it's a kind of environment, that's a air free, pollution free, So we see that kind of environment right now in your place, in your society, in your community. You could see this, we are living in a cleaner air and lower carbon emissions. No dust at home. We used to wipe or sweep our houses, every day in a week, But now, it's now, in a week also, one time you can sweep your house, there you don't find any dust. This is a kind of a positive kind of, impact we could see here in pandemic. And also, you could see and hear the voices of the birds and natures in the morning. You never ever tried that? Because our children also, they forget about what is the kinds of bangera, that's the sparrows, we don't know. But now they have time to see those kinds of things. And reducing fuel consumption means we are protecting the natural resources. So see, the less movement of vehicles also made the environment very clean. So this is a kind of a impact, positive impact, we could see as an opportunity. So living with a family, ever you tried that in your past life? Always you are busy working from here to there, one school to another school, trying to do over time. And also when you return home and you just tired and take your dinner and you sleep, and in the morning you wake up and again go. See, you got the opportunity to live and sit with your family and share their experiences and feelings with you. okay, each other. So this is me time, reading your time, cooking time. Most of the people now I see on the Facebook also, they are learning the cooking because they got the time and opportunity to see that kind of things. And also you have an opportunity to learn digital skill. You learn that. If this pandemic, if it didn't come, then what will happen? We never tried to explore these new kinds of zone, okay, or arena of digital world. But this has, okay, compelled us to learn this skill, and it has connected with the world. Before also it has connected, but we never bother about that. We just write email and also kind of sending SMS, posting something on the Facebook. But now look at, Facebook is filled with all this kind of virtual learning and teaching. So it's a blessing in disguise, okay? And children, they're very happy to stay at home, but all the time playing games and so many things. Maybe this is not always a kind of a thing we wanted from our children, but still they are happy, and you could see them growing like that in a very friendly atmosphere. So this is a kind of opportunity for, though there are many challenges we are facing, but still we have that kinds of, okay, opportunities, and we feel that, and that necessitated us to the provision of remote and distance learning across Nepal through radio, TV, or maybe online virtual teaching. And every channels and radios, they are producing a kind of a very, very good kind of materials, content, and that appropriate materials for our children, which we never found before. So this is the kind of positive kinds of steps. And I just want to give one example from the international school. This is the largest technological, technology school, educational technology school. And it has, immediately closed schools after pandemic. What happened? They started the online teaching, and also half of the kinds of education systems or kind of calendar or policies, they reshape it, redesign it. What will happen if we close a lot of children, number of children, 1.5 billion students, out of schools, and they are thinking, what will happen? Let's try. This is the kind of experience they got from that, from the pandemic. If the pandemic was not there, they never have that kind of opportunity to experience these kinds of, new kinds of techniques through online teaching. So creativity has increased, and imaginations. You never know your students who are always backward, maybe always in the back benches, and they never try to speak in front of you. Now they started through online because they don't have to show their face, and they started asking questions and doing better. This is another kind of opportunity for them also. So after the, in Korean school, after 3 months when the school opened, still students, already I have showed you the pictures, they maintained their distance, though it was not the usual class, but they started trying to accommodate or adjust with the situations. And they had the temperature checked, they wore masks, and sat at the desks that were special, spaced apart, and maintaining the social distance also. And they have that kind of lessons from their teachers, especially. None of us can assume COVID is not with us. That means COVID is always with us because it has already, came into our place, and it is there. We cannot ignore it, we cannot avoid it. After lockdown will open, but still the virus of COVID will with us in memory or in trauma, or maybe in our body. We don't know that. So it has also taught us to maintain our disciplines. Previously, our students, they don't listen to us to sit separately, or do like this. Our children also, now they are maintaining their kinds of social distance, or also kind of a physical distance. Now I would like to share the story for the to motivate our teachers who are listening to me. So what is the value of life? So I will tell you that about the one story, very short story. It was the very popular speaker, in the seminar. And before he started his speech, and he saw the $20 bills above in your hands, and he raised it up and asked who wanted, who wanted this $20 bills? And there are more than 200 participants were there. They raised their hands, and say, we want it, because it has the value of that $20 bill. And he then crumpled that note, $20 bill with his hands, and crumpled it. It looks very increased, okay, and he showed again, who wants this? And again, the 200 hands went up in the air. They want it again. And in the last, he crumpled it again more frequently and also crushed with his feet, okay, and stamped on it and made it dirty. And when he took it from the floor, and also again he soared in the air, then again 200 hands, okay, went up in the air. They wanted it. Though it is crumpled, though it is dirty, but why they raise their hands up in the air? Because the money, $20, it has its value. That's why when we are in this kind of situations, we are meeting the crisis, we are facing the challenge, okay, but we are feeling worthless, and frustration and anxiety and stress are grabbing us. But no matter what has happened or what will happen, you will never lose your value and hope, because as an individual, okay, you have your own value and your own status. Whether you are disappointed, whether you are frustrated, whether you are also damaged by the thoughts of those kinds of, okay, news every day you hear about from the TV and kinds of, okay, read from the papers. So please stand yourself, try to be positive and see value of life. You are there in your state, you can bring the change. So this is a one story about that you make your value even in this lockdown. It's a kind of an opportunity for you to stand out. And there is another story about I would like to say about stress and trauma who are having it right now. You can share this to your students, children, and also you can share with your family. This is a kind of a short story about weight of the glass. And there is a very psychologist, okay, the professor, she was there. She was the stress management, talking about the stress management principle. And she just takes, okay, a glass of water in her hand and asks the questions. Everybody was expecting maybe the professor will ask about what is the, okay, in this glass, do you see the full water or half water kind of thing? But the professor asks the questions. What is the weight of this glass of water? Okay, asks the questions. The professor, when asked, everybody guessed that maybe it's not the 1 ounce or maybe the 1.2 ounce or something, like so many different answers. And somebody says something, but the professor said, no, that is not the right answer. And she said that if you hold for a moment this glass of water, you doesn't feel any weight. It's very light. But if you hold it for a long time, stretching your arms, 1 hour, 2 hours, even a glass of water could, okay, give you a trouble. Your arms will be act, and it will you feel that it's very heavy. See, so how long you will take that? It's up to you. So the moral is that your stress and worries, if you take, okay, it's like a glass of water. If you take it long, every day, thinking about this stress, when it will going to end, and I'm having this, I don't have money, I'm going to suffer this and that. If you take stress continuously like a glass of water you are holding, then it will disturb you. It will give you a trouble and harm and act, okay? But if you think it's like a glass of water is very light and it goes and comes, if you drink it finish, if you take like this, then your life will be easier. That's my kind of, okay, motivational kind of story I just want to share with you. I just want to give I'm going to finish with 2-3 slides with conclusion. And I want to give an example of, okay, when you take with a positive thinking, if you take hope, maybe I would like to change the society and community, my teachers and my mind, myself, okay, self-realization should be from you first. And I just want to give an example. You are walking in the street and somebody was in a hurry, you are in a hurry, you collided with that person. And what happened? If you say, oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see you, and that person will react in the same way. But if you say, you don't see what's your state. If you try to scold that person with that kind of tone, and what will happen? You will get the same kind of retort back, the same kind of reply and response. Or something like that. No, you watch your feet because this is not your road. See the situation. If you take it positively, everything will become with positive sense, okay? And if you don't take it positively, it will be negative always, even in a kind of a normal situation. See, opportunity you have to create yourself. With one smile, you can do the job. If you are really angry with your friends, don't talk, and later you read books, and enjoy songs, then after you just give a smile, everything will be solved. Actually, this is very difficult, but still, okay, I come to the conclusion. Now, what is the conclusion, okay? Because we cannot avoid this crisis. Crisis is with us. And after the ending of this also, that virus is with us in our mind, or maybe with a kind of in our body. So we never see that. Again, don't say that, because it's always there. And we have to maintain our discipline to ignore it or to cope with it. So time has provided us to address ample of challenges which we never did before. Everybody has new kinds of thinking and imaginations, and new kinds of instructions and methods and theories are coming, how to handle this, okay, pandemic. And after post-pandemic, you could see in the websites and also on the news that different kinds of methods and theories are coming. That is really, really good for us, even for the writer, even for the researchers, even for the teachers. So we are thinking with different minds. So our minds are very active to cope with the challenges and take the optimistic view. It will last. It will not last forever. It will go. And I just want to say, I want to take this line from Hemanta sir's slides previously he done, hybrid learning model. So I changed a little bit, technology plus curriculum, balanced with the course and teachers backup system. Teachers can change the world. He can start with simple, 1 student, 2 student, 20 student, then the other will also can follow the similar way. Not only for the English teachers, students, but also teachers and students, but also it applies to other subjects, teachers and students. And future world will continue for the virtual learning, whether you accept it or not, because we cannot avoid the virtual learning now. An opportunity to live in a clean environment, don't miss that. And I'm very happy. I'm working in the garden and enjoying my time. And also, it reflects the evaluate yourself, self-discipline now. This is the right time. Take as an opportunity, be happy, and just give a smile. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, so please share with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President, Associate Professor Motikala Subba Dewan, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation. You are always our inspiration. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experiences with us. Now, we have a very sorry to say that we are already running out of time, scheduled time. So we are going to take very few questions, only 2 questions from the participants. So for question answer session. So if you have any questions, please raise the hand or drop your question in the chat box, and we will entertain very few questions only from there. So for question answer facilitation, I would like to request Mr. Gunraj Nepal to lead the question answer facilitation, sir.
Thank you, Ram sir. All right, so you have already made it clear. If our valued participants have anything to share with our Madam President, or if you have any questions that you feel like asking, please be open to us and we would love to listen to you. We will manage time, no problem, but we would love to take 1 or 2 curiosities or questions from you. Is there anyone?
I think they are muted and they are not able to.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Can you open,
That's fine. I have unmuted all.
Please. Let's request our participants to raise their hand. You can collect.
Participants can unmute themselves. So we can see Baburam Timsina sir have raised his hand. Baburam sir, please go ahead with your question. Thank you.
Well, am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, well.
Yes, sir. Baburam sir. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm always fan of you as usual. I don't have any question. I just want to compliment you. Thank you so much. Truly indebted. Thank you.
Thank you, Baburam sir.
That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyone else?
The participants are unmute. You can unmute yourself and go ahead with your question, please. Thank you.
Okay, if participants do not have questions, do I dare ask one question to you, madam?
Yes, please, Gun sir. I always love to hear from you.
All right, ma'am. Like many of our valued participants, I also thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. You are always an inspiration. There is no doubt. One curiosity or question you prefer to call it. In this stressful time of imposed lockdown, if there are very busy people, it is teachers. We have seen that. So
Yes, yes.
what means? So why do you think teachers seem to be much busier than other people? Means they are organizing seminar, conferences, webinars. Means we are doing under NELTA's umbrella. And what do you think the basics of that energy? And I would love to listen to your brief narrative. Means what is that drives you all along these busy schedules, webinar, conferences? I can understand your sentiment when you accepted our request to present here. So what is the driving force? What is the part of energy that keeps people, I mean teachers, teacher educators, scholars like you very busy, very positively? Just quick notes, madam.
Okay, thank you, Gunraji. This is very, very kind of genuine questions actually for teachers, because everybody is sleeping and in lockdown and frustrated, but NELTA people and the teachers especially, school teachers and campus teachers are doing a lot of virtual conferences. Why? Because teachers always have a habit to be preaching, preach to the students, preach to others. And if they are not provided the time or kind of a opportunity to share something from their side, give lectures, they will die. So it's our habit. That's why we wanted to keep in touch with our students and learners. And if you keep inside the house without making a kind of contact with anyone, then you are stuck like a lamppost. And teachers are not lampposts. They are the educators. They always want to impart their knowledge and sharing to somewhere. If you read one book, you want to share with someone. So this virtual training has also inspired most of our teachers and students to go and meet with them. If you don't see the faces of your students, don't go to the class, and it will you feel that in that data what's happening. So I think this is a driving kind of inspirations. We as a teacher preaching and lecturing and trying to impart the knowledge, and we are the social kind of networking in a group. That's why we wanted to see what's happening with our children and students, taking care as a guardian, And if NELTA does not run this kind of conference, virtual conference or training, maybe it will be very, very difficult for us to stay at home and with this stress. Thank you. I think I have given your answer.
Okay.
Thank you very much, madam.
So it's time to move ahead. So thank you very much once again.
I think we don't have much questions, because that's very, I think, understood, and it's very kind of motivational kind of sharing.
Yeah.
So to maintain your time, you could invite other, presenter or scholars there. Somebody is there.
Of course, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your time and effort. Now we are moving on to next, and now is the time for our second presentation without delay. And this presentation is going to be made by ELT scholar, NELTA chair of province number 1. He is none other than Mr. NP Bhandari. The title of his presentation is Enhancing the Brighter Sides of the Coin, Look into Community and Private School. And before he begins his presentation, I would like to request Mrs. Mrs. Let me find out. I made a mistake here. Binit is not there. So let me request Deepak Rai to read out his bio and then introduce the speaker. Deepak Rai, are you there?
Deepak sir, you can, yes, you are unmuted. Please go ahead. Thank you. Deepak sir, if you can hear us, I can see your device is already unmuted. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah, yeah, you may go on, Deepak.
Thank you, sir.
Umeshji, Deepak seems to be muted. Deepak, yes, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Deepak is not muted here.
No, no, no.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm listening, sir.
Yeah, please go on.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to have my presence on this indispensable webinar organized by NELTA Morang and is a by-presenter of my dear respected facilitator, Mr. President of Province number 1, Mr. Bhandari is a lecturer at Sukna Multiple Campus, Morang, as well as an assistant head teacher of Wasani Secondary School, Belbari. In Sukna Multiple Campus, he is the focal person of the QA division and a member of the Research Management Cell. He has conducted masters of philosophy, that is to say, along with many and rigorous researches. He is the founding member of NELTA branch Morang. He has also co-authored a couple of books and has published a dozen of articles in the academic journals. Moreover, he has presented papers in a number of academic seminars. Thanks, and I wish you all the best for your presentation. Over to you, please, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Go on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deepak Rai, respected program president. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are well audible. Well.
Respected program president, NELTA president Motikala Subba Dewan, past president and present advisor to NELTA Mr. Hemant Raj Dahal, Papson president of Morang and the representatives, NELTA training coordinator Sarita Dewan, NELTA treasurer Mr. Ashok Sapkota, province presidents from various provinces, former branch chairs and present branch chairs representing various districts, all teachers, both members and non-members of NELTA. As in the very beginning, I would like to congratulate NELTA branch Morang for organizing the program on the one hand and providing me the opportunity to share some ideas on the other hand. To my understanding today, teachers of both private and community schools are participating in this meeting. Therefore, my focus will be on towards informing some of the ideas regarding both the community and the private schools, because the organizing members and the president of the program informed me that the program is targeted to the people, to the teachers, English teachers, particularly who are teaching in private and in the community schools. Therefore, without making further delay and talking about the NELTA, let me give the permission to share my screen. Is it seen?
Yes, sir, it's coming. Yeah. Yes.
Already it has been said that the title of the presentation, or let's say talk, is enhancing brighter sides of the coin. It is a look into community private schools. This presentation is not exclusively concerned with English language teaching. It is concerned with my plain observation of the things that are taking place throughout the country, principally focusing on the community schools and the private schools. This is the title, And let me go ahead. My presentation agenda includes 4 points. Number 1 is concerned with a broader look into community and private school. What is the broader perspective? What do you mean by community schools? What do you mean by private schools? What is going on? And second thing is about the image of the community and the private schools, principally focusing on the schools of the community and the private that are being run in the country. Another focus that I have given the name is quality coin, that I already mentioned in the title itself about quality, and what is the quality coin, and what is the enhancing aspects which are brighter of the coin. These are the 4 major points on what I want to express some of my observation here. And the first, entering into the first agenda, is a broader look into community and private school. Let's talk in short about the things that are taking place throughout the world. Throughout the world, what is the definition of the private school? What is the definition? What is the understanding of the community schools? The defining distinction between the public and the private school is their sources of support. Principally, the public schools depend principally focusing on the local support, state support, and federal government funds. These are the characteristics of the community schools. On the other hand, private schools are usually supported by tuition payments. That is also being taken place in our country. And sometimes by funds which are given by other non-public sources such as religious organizations, endowments, grants, and there are other charitable donations as well. In some states of the states means here the nations, private schools receive public funds as well. This is the situation for providing the services of transportations too. This is not my idea, that I have taken the ideas from the source that comes from the US Department of Education. And at this moment, I have to say something, that is, this is not only the definition of the private and the community schools, but as to my reading, I could find out a common kind of definition. This definition is a representative one. But in many countries, private educational institutions have strong religious ties. Many non-profit religious organizations are working with the private schools, but religious ties with private schools are almost non-existent in Nepal. In my reading, there are no schools which have direct connection with the religious organization, religious institution as well. And in many instances, private schools are found to be run autonomously, and they are also developing the curriculums themselves. But our situation is not somehow similar to that one. And when we talk about the Nepalese context, both community and institutional schools, institutional schools means the private schools are operated following the same Education Act that was designed in 1971. It has been amended 9 times, and it is the main policy document under what both the private and the community schools, both the institutional and the community schools are be in operation. This is the situation. When we observe the situation of our schools, we can find the 3 varieties of schools. One variety that we were talking was institutional school. Within institutional schools also there are private and trust. Community schools are also categorized into 3 major categories. Some community schools receive grants. Some receive grants from the government, but they are managed by the community. they are called in such a way that they are handed over to the community. And there are other kinds of schools which receive grants from the government. And the management committee by the parents of the students run, in a sense, the schools. And there are other kinds of community schools as well. These schools receive just partial grants. They are also called community schools, but they do not get the funds. They do not get the grants from the governments to support all the teachers. Only one teacher is supported, or one's vacancy is given to them. So, and in this way, the community schools are running. And there are other sides. There is another side also. There are some schools which are religious schools. We have heard the name Madrasa and Gumba types of schools are also existing in our context. And just to look at the situation, who are running private schools in Nepal? Private here, I mean the institutional schools. And the institutional schools, principally those schools which are registered in company, following the Company Act. Those who are running the schools are educated youths who are unemployed. They are unemployed, therefore they have opened the schools and they are running schools. There are so many examples. I don't mean that all the schools are running in that way. Some business investors have also invested for opening the private schools. And there is sometimes seen that there is a combination of both A and B. In the similar way, A and B means that both types of people have jointly created a situation to open an institutional schools, and they have started running. And there are corporate groups as well. They are national corporate groups or international company-like groups such as Chaudhary Group, Rajan groups, and such groups are also starting to run the institutional schools. And there are independent types of individuals. They have their interest to run the schools. They may have some kind of social space to run the schools in their community. They have also started running the private schools. And political leaders have also started running the private schools because there might be some sorts of benefits to run the schools. These are also the scenes. Teachers and retired teachers have also started running private schools. International companies might come. There are chances of coming and in the private schools. They have also run. So, some Indian companies have also run the schools in our country. And to collect almost all these things, my generalization is that there are some reasons. Reasons might be of self-employment. For example, uneducated people educated people have not got chance to be employed. Therefore, they want to create the employment situation in their own endeavor. Therefore, they might have opened these schools. Earning in life, livelihood, and corporate business, there are very many motives for opening the private schools. So almost all, I don't say the total, but many schools are registered in company. And there is a broader link of the communities now institutional schools with the principle of liberalism, that many private school running stakeholders might not have the knowledge of this sort, or youth might not have the knowledge of this sort, that how we started the community schools, how we were motivated, and what is the link. There may be some kind of theoretical link, and I'm not explaining all these things, that neoliberalism is the basic principle on what the institutional schools are in operation. The fundamental ideas of the liberalism is that individual entrepreneurial freedoms and skills, focus is there. Strong private property rights, there is chance that might be helpful to run the nation. In the similar way, there should be a free markets, there should be free trades, and education system will be more efficient and effective if they are recognized using the principles of the free markets. Those choice of competitions there is, And these are some of the ideas, some of the philosophical grounds on what private schools are run, but there may not be the awareness of those people who are running the private institution. State also be conceptualized as an enabler of a free market. This is somehow complicated. The neoliberalism says that states should not run the service kinds of institutions. The state should enable the free market. Therefore, these are the encouraging parts by what the institutional schools are running. After liberal policy implementation in 1990 onwards, privatization of education and private schools are mushrooming in our country. This is the situation. I don't mean that the negative connotation that I am implementing here, I am focusing to another direction. But after the implementation, after the running, after the registration of those schools, there are rising attack against the private education. Today also there is attack upon the private education. And some of the rising issues that are found in the paper, in the Kathmandu Post, and in other online posties, and the many scholars are giving taking interview, and they are giving such ideas that there is a problem of the social justice by the private schools. There is a problem with the equity. There is ideology of school choice because of the establishment of the private institutional schools. So there are some imposing aspects such as entrance tests, high admission fees, hidden educational costs, transport costs, school uniforms, textbook costs, exam fees. These are the negative connotation by what private schools are giving the blames. Or what are they? They are still the matters of debate. And there is another question also, parental choice, that is the liberalism has given the ideas, given the freedom, but parental choice of schools has become the school's choice itself. It's not the parents' choice, but it is the school's choice itself. This is going on, and elite people have captured the education. Privatization of education is questionable. Therefore, I have put the question here. Motive is what is the motive? The question is that motive is to make profits from educational enterprises. Therefore, these are the rising issues. Relies on
NP sir?
Well-beings are undermined. Poor working conditions there is for the teachers who are teaching in the private schools. There are long hours they have to work, low salaries they are taking, even no pensions. Who manages the pension? There will be no vacation facilities as the facilities that the community school teachers are enjoying, no health insurance or other benefits, temporary teaching contracts, and such many debates, many blames are going towards the direction of the private schools. And there are other blames, there are others, as critics are giving the statements towards towards the situation, towards the existing situation of the community schools as well. So the present situation is this one. I am not explaining all those things. This is present situation. Private schools are mushrooming, but the crisis has become even deeper after pandemic. Many private schools are struggling for existence. Unclear government policy is in existence. Academic and political pressures to stop commercializing education. There is stop commercializing education is a pressure. There is no separate act for private schools in Nepal. COVID-19 pandemic has the effect, and there is no idea what will happen in future after school. And private
NP sir, can you please unmute your device if you could? Thank you. Yes, please go ahead, please, NP sir.
Was it the thing that I was explaining, Umeshi?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Am I in the right lines and the slides?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Yes, the present situation of the private school is that this is what the private schools are also in very critical condition. There is no act, and even in private schools, the schools have small light schools are starting to merge. And how to bring students back to school is the question these days, even in private schools. The number is sharply decreasing. The scene situation is that one. Teacher salary, how to give the salary to the teachers, they are at home. And we were getting some notices also in the sides, so that some of the teachers' job has already been gone. Whether their job will be continue or the new teachers will come to teach in the private school. These are some of the uncertainties. Teachers are terminated during pandemic. What happens next is uncertain of the teachers who are teaching in the private school. And in the similar way, there is one threat is also coming to the private institution. That is the High Level Education Commission has given the recommendation that the private schools to be converted into trust, and there is ultimatum of 10 years. They have to change their registration as non-profit entities. The claim is that running private school will be against the spirit of the Constitution. That is what going on. Free and Compulsory Education Act has been threatened, and recommendation focuses much more on the quality of education in the public school, not in the private schools. Recommendation for hiring head teachers and contract is also going on for the public community schools. Increasing education budget to at least 20% of the national budget is going on. Yesterday, what finance minister did, so I'm not very much informed about that. And there is a recommendation again that ensuring every child gets basic education in mother tongue. What is going on about these things? And look at this figure. I have come to the second point of my observation of the private and the community school. This is one example that comes from Lamjung. This is what I have not taken the picture myself. This was posted in the Kathmandu Post. It was dated on 2019. Therefore, it is recent one. This is also the situation of the community school. This is what even better situation that we can find in the community schools. And if we compare this situation to the private schools, we may find this may not be the exact one. I might have done something wrong, sorry, but to some extent, the private schools are in a better position to provide education, to provide quality education, that we can say. And to observe some of the things that we can find the differences of the community schools and the private schools. Some of the ideas that I have taken from the newspapers, some ideas from online, some ideas from some books, and some my own personal observations. Based on that, we can see that private schools are boarding schools. Are there boardings or not? I am not sure, but boarding schools. Tie, belt, shoes, English spray, drums, music. These are some of the features of the institutional schools. Physical training in English, dance teacher is available, computer teachers available, caretakers available. Now on is unstable, but there are some negative sides as well. Teachers are unstable. Child care centers there are, it starts from LKG, UKG, and then go to grade 1. So there are colorful books, expensive books. There are transportation facilities that are in the private schools. They have managed. I thank to the institutional schools. They have managed all these things. Most of the schools have done these things. But community schools are called directly Nepali school. They are Sarkari school. And there is absence of tie belt in many schools. Nowadays they have started, yes, some schools have started. No extra teachers, no dance teachers, no drawing teachers, no computer teachers, no sports teachers, no caretakers, and full-time teachers. The positive side is that they are stable. And the major class starts from the ECD. There is absence of transportation in many community schools. There is poor quality of black and white textbooks. There are rare color textbooks. Snacks in the bag is found in the private schools, but no khaza in the community schools. Now it's free to reject students through entrance test. There will be entrance test in community schools, but it is mandatory to have admission in the community schools. Parents follow-up is very good in the private schools, but very rarely parents come to schools in the community schools, or they are not invited. Homework is compulsory in private schools, but homework is optional in community schools. Teachers are curious to use ICT, and professionally updated teachers they are interested to be updated, many teachers, but comparatively weak in terms of the use of ICT in the community schools. Training opportunities are rare as in private schools, but training opportunities are allowed in the community schools. Students' absenteeism is manageable in private school, but students are quite irregular. Teachers are irregular. Teacher absenteeism is also the problem in community schools. Students from higher class community come to private schools, and economically weak, principally the Dalit and marginalized group of students come to community schools. And about parent attendance that I have said, and there will be the organization of spend good amount in the extracurricular activities in the private schools. I have seen from the local observation that I have got this idea. Teachers, language, and the emotion is also closer to the students. There is a small generation gap of the students and the teachers in private school because there are comparatively young teachers are working in the private schools. Therefore, there is a small generation gap. The students want to be closer with them, but the situation is a little bit different in the community schools. It does not mean that all teachers are not nearer to the children. They are also, but the emotional aspects are closer to them in private schools. Recreational and motivational equipments and devices are found. So much more, they are much more cared, but who cares in the community schools? Diversity is small in the private schools, but the diversity is a bigger one, deeper one in the community school. This is what's seen. And management is quick, administration is quick in private school. They can make the quick decision if something is required, but there are longer decisions. Meetings are cancelled several times in community schools. Meetings of the school management committees are cancelled frequently, and then in 4 and 5 times invitation only there will be meeting. These are some of the differences that I have observed. And in the similar way, some academic, some education related ideas are also found to be collected here. There is no trade union rights in private schools, but trade union rights are there in community schools. Salary and allowances are hidden in private schools. Many schools, I don't mean that all schools. In community schools, no hidden salary. This is transparent. Hostel and school management facilities are available. Teacher absenteeism is manageable. Already I talked about. And even when you go to the higher classes, such as 9 and 10, the number of students decreases in private schools. But when you go to class 9 and 10, the number of students goes high in community schools. If we check the punishment practice, it is large is in private school because the news are giving. And punishment system, there is even in community schools, though we are against it. But there the practice is, but it is small, is sizable in terms of size. And if we check, there is policy attack to the private schools, but there is political attack in the community schools. These are some of the differences that I marked. But community schools are also to some extent working. Community schools have started using English as a medium of instruction. They have also started collecting money, whether it is legal or illegal, openly or directly or indirectly. Community schools are also taking money from the parents. Tri-belt began, tiffin carry began to come to school. Young teachers are being recruited by the Education Commission as well, the Teacher Service Commission. Government is focusing on the investment in technology. Some schools have started to provide school bus services as well. And there is a pressure. The pressure says that teach your children in community school. It has been a pressure to the teachers, and not only to the teachers, there is a pressure to the civil workers, even political leaders. Government scholarship programs and admission procedures for higher education are community school focused. This is the background, this is the pretext on what I have moved to the next point, that is quality. What is the center of all, both the private and the community schools? Where we are getting together, the getting point may be quality point, that is quality education. Everybody talks about quality, but I see that what is quality itself is not so clear. I do not understand what the quality means, but everybody talks. And in the documents also we find quality. The effectiveness of any school is heavily influenced by the quality of teaching, and the skills, motivation and commitment of the teacher is said by the UNESCO itself. I am also working as in the quality divisions of a campus, and there are very many definitions of quality itself. But the focus is always in the outcome result based on the number is considered as quality. So that is my personal observation and reservation as well. But at this moment, I am trying my best. What can be the point of harvesting for the quality education? Who are capable of harvesting the coin? Who are capable of delivering the quality education? Newly appointed, this is my personal observation, that there are newly appointed young teachers in the community schools. They are capable of harvesting the coin. They are capable of harvesting the quality education. They can teach for a longer time as well. There is a pool of young teachers in private schools. They can harvest the quality.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Sorry for interruption, sir. Time is not more than 5 minutes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I am running.
Yeah.
So I'm running a little bit faster.
Okay.
Capable of soldiering, yes, they are capable of. I think by these things that we can see that this is the principally the young generations are capable of handling with the quality education. Though there are some problems in the private school, there are some problems in the community schools. And to my understanding, the professional commitment is principally associated with the quality education. Professional commitment may be found much more in the young generations. I don't mean that old generations are not committed. They are also committed. Along with the old enthusiasts, aged enthusiasts, professional commitment of young teachers is found. Therefore, my suggestion is that we can enhance some brighter sides of the coin. What can be that? That is the professional commitment. So we can harvest the professional commitment of the teachers working both in the private and in the community schools through English medium instruction. Everywhere there is a demand of English. English demand is everywhere. Though there is a debate, but without English, I think at the local level, people reject outright if there is no English, if we do not talk in favor of English. It does not mean that only the people of the locality speak in that way, but English has some connection with the quality. Similarly, there are some professional development practices which enhance the quality. There are some technological tools in the use of teaching. They can enhance the quality. And there are some methodological, strategical interventions which can enhance the quality. As these are, and there are some aspects of professional development for the teachers that we can do. I'm not going in detail with all those explanations, but some of the ideas to the young teachers, some of the ideas to the teachers who have never got chance to get some of the information about training, about workshops, and some ideas of professional developers may be helpful by these lines only, because there is no enough time for discussion today. There is continuation of education is one part of the professional development. Update teacher qualification participation in professional organization can also harness the professional development. Enroll in the training programs. This is my suggestion to the teachers. Similarly, take part, do action research. This is what that we are as all the times telling our friends, action research, and action research. But what is action research? They are not unknown. They are not known. Many teachers are not known. Individual and collaborative research are very helpful, and NELTA-like forum can create the environments to do some individual as well as collaborative research. Professional networks, there are some seminars and conferences. You need to take part to harness your professional development. You need to take part in the activities of self-reflection. Some professional portfolios can also be maintained. Peer coaching can also be another possibility. Self-development types of activities can also be found in these professional activities that you can take part and develop your professionality or professional career. Professional growth can emerge from the kind of activities. There may be many other activities. However, these can be few. And as almost at the end I have arrived, and a collaborative professional junctures can be for all the teachers, for new teachers, for old teachers, for emerging teachers, enthusiast teachers, for all. There is a need of collaborative professional juncture. This juncture can be today, can be tomorrow, that can be Nepal English language teachers and many other professional organizations which are working voluntarily throughout the country, as even outside. And this is what I have finished presenting, comparing the private and the community schools. These are some of the observations that I have presented. This is all. If there are any questions regarding these issues that I have presented here, so I heartily welcome. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you very much.
Ram sir.
Thank you, sir. Bhandari,
Ram sir, can you please unmute your device? Thank you.
Not unmuted?
Oh yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Shall I stop raising my share?
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, NP sir, for your beautiful presentation embedded with brighter sides of teaching in community and private schools. We are grateful to you for this meaningful effort you have made. Now is the time for question answer Q&A session for very few questions only. So if there are any questions, I see some participants are raising their hands. So first of all, I would like to go to Khagendra Parajuli. Please, Khagendra Parajuli, unmute yourself first.
Thank you, Ram sir.
Yeah.
So I wonder that whether I am allowed to ask a question for the previous presentators to Motikala ma'am. At that time also I raised my hand, but nobody didn't notice that.
It's okay, sir. We have got opportunity now. Due to the time constraint, we were not able to give opportunity for all. Sorry for that, sir. You may go ahead, sir.
Question
not to me, to Moti ma'am.
Yeah. Because my question is
no, sir. No, it must be based on NP Bhandari sir's presentation, sir.
Yes, sir. This time I'm very sorry, sir.
Oh, it's okay, sir. Sorry, sir. So we'll move on to next. If there is any question, please.
Dil Bahadur sir, as you have raised your hand, please you can unmute your device and go ahead with your question, please. All right. Rizu Bizeza, Rizu ji, please go ahead with your question. You are unmuted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity. based on sir's presentation, I want to ask NP Bhandari sir that how can we fill this gap between the community school and the private school in a efficient manner? How can we fill this gap?
Is so only one question, or is there are other questions as well, and together that I have to respond?
No, sir, go for this question.
So thank you, sir, for asking this question. As to some extent I have mentioned, so there are some aspects by what we can fill this gap, fill the gap of the quality gap or other kinds of gap of the private and the community schools. As to be specific, as there may be a gap of very many sides, but one which aspect to be fulfilled, that is a little bit not clear with the question itself. However, let me try. As there is a gap of very many sources, and I have already mentioned to some extent that there are teachers both in private as well as community schools. Many teachers are capable of handling all the situations. All the situation means situation of handling the courses, handling the curriculum, and even new and energetic teachers are being invited to the schools. And there are some professional activities which can harness their capabilities, and with the harnessing means after the cultivation of those capable teachers which are coming inside in the field of teachings, they will be helpful to fulfill the gap of the two, but not at a times. Separately they will work. Some teachers work in private schools, some teachers work in the community schools, but side by side they can fulfill their duties and maintain the quality of the education. That is what. But somewhere we come together. If there are some gaps, we can come together, sit down, sit together, such as sitting today, meeting today in the Zoom conference. In the similar way, there are conferences, NELTA conferences, seminars, workshops, where we can join together and we can share ideas, and we can maintain the educational gaps. We cannot maintain all the political and economic gaps that are existent in the society. And
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I've got the answer, sir.
Okay, shall we move ahead, sir?
Yes, Ram sir. The next speaker, Professor Gnawali, has his class at 5. So let us go with him.
Okay, thank you, Gunaraj sir, for your information. So first, thank you one and all for raising the questions on NP Bhandari sir's presentation. Now, due to the time constraint, we could not take the question from other participants. Now is the time for our third presentation. It is our honor to have the presentation by such a scholar, our guru and mentor. He is none other than NELTA Senior Vice Chair, Professor Dr. Laxman Gnawali. The title of his presentation is Embracing New Technologies for Better Classrooms. Before he begins the presentation, I would like to request Ms. Binita Baral to introduce the speaker. Over to you, Ms. Binita Baral.
Binita, please go ahead. You are unmuted.
Yeah, she is there. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Laxman Gnawali here in this webinar organized by NELTA Morang. Dr. Gnawali is Professor of English Language Education at Kathmandu University, and he is the Senior Vice President of NELTA. He leads EFL Teacher Education and Trainer Development Program in Nepal. He co-authors EFL textbooks, designs language development.
Binita,
publications, and participation. Sir, it is over to you now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Binita ma'am. And over to Professor Dr. Laxman Gnawali.
Okay, thank you, Ramji. Thank you, Binita, for the introduction. Thank you everyone for having me here. NELTA President Motikala Madam, and then other colleagues from the center, and leaders of NELTA from across the nation, and particularly Morang branch colleagues who are present here, who organized, who worked hard. I know that it's easier to handle physical events than online events. It's so taxing, so tiring, but you've made it, and you've made it several times. And this time, the partnership with schools is great because that's where we belong. Now, today I am presenting a generic topic, embracing this technology, embracing digital tools, online tools on, sorry, to improve our classrooms for better classroom. That is a generic one. And here I present my insights in two parts. First part is my personal story, which sometimes I share here and there. So if some of you have already heard the story, I guess you'll bear with me. But second one is something that has touched my heart so much that we need to be doing something now. And then we cannot ask the education minister to do it. We cannot ask the education ministry to do it. It's us who has to do it, who have to do it, the universities, the professionals, NGOs, private sector, public sector, us, okay? If there is a problem in English language teaching, we're not going to ask anyone, we're going to ask ourselves, have we done our duty, okay? So that will be my agenda. Let me share my screen. Yes, so I will, okay. All right. As I said, this is my topic, embracing new technologies for better classrooms. I'm happy to be part of this Morang branch-led, NELTA Morang-led webinar, including private and community schools. The two schools should and can move together. Now, let me show. So as I said, I begin with my personal story. And then I'll try, I will link it to the political. It doesn't mean party politics. Political means the common discourse of language teaching, where we belong. Okay, some people are writing by hand, so please do not write, it disturbs, okay?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Laxman sir. As we request all the participants to follow rules and regulations of the webinar, and please stop using annotation feature to make scratches, which has been done on NP sir's presentation as well. We believe that we all are professional here, and thank you for your cooperation. Thank you, Laxman sir. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me begin. Where have I been? This is my first school, not necessarily the picture of the school where I went, but this is the image that represents where I went. I remember my early days of school, under people and burr trees with a chopari, this platform, and then we used to sit around the tree, and the teacher used to sit, and then tell us to do this and that, and we would do it. And that was the school I went to first. And later, after class 3, when I passed class 3, then I had to move to another village for my lower secondary school level study. Then there they had a better condition. They had rooms, but not necessarily offices here and pre-vocational there. It's not that. Simply they had a building with rooms, and we were inside. So that was a little progress that I underwent. And then in high school we had a proper building where we would have even Red Cross and signs and all those things. But this, when I say science, I went to a school that was actually Sanskrit school, and then I learned comedy and Sanskrit, this background and all, and then science and social studies were given little tiny bits only, but not much, and English was not focused, although there was one course of English as usual, but it would be overshadowed by the Sanskrit studies. And then what I did was I passed my SLC from Ruru Sanskrit Madhyamik Vidyalaya, that has now grown into college as well. And then now, so you can see the luck would have it that I am here working in this school. So my background of to be a graduate, being a graduate of Sanskrit schooling, and now in this building leading an English language education department, now there's a huge gap. So what happened in between? I mean, how did I make my way? How did I make my journey, choose my journey to come here? There's a long story, but to cut that story short, I take a different approach to share with you. What did I get to use as a technology, okay? So before I went to that open school, open means without building a school under the trees, my grandfather, taught me the alphabet on a wooden slate. So he made it for me, and then he would put clay dust on it, and then would show me how to write ka kha, and then we would level it and then write again. So there was nothing lost because there was clay and clay dust, and there was this, okay, and there was my finger. That's how I learned my ka kha first. And when I entered my 6th year, then my grandfather, took me, and father actually took me to school. And when I went to school, to that open school, so I got a big gift. The gift was a kalopati, this black slate with wooden frame all around, and a magnesium, that stone. So I would write on it. I was very happy to carry it, sometimes in the hand, sometimes in some kind of bag. So that was interesting experience for me. But later, as I moved on to grade, I guess 2 or 3, I got an exercise book which had a name Capital. Later, I found out that was capital. Okay, that came from India, and a pencil. And the smell of that, the rubber was so beautiful for me. I mean, so exciting for me because I owned it. I owned the pencil and the paper, this exercise book. Then when I moved to that lower secondary school, then it was mandatory for everyone to write with in pen, in ink. And then we had this exercise books and pen. And before I went there, actually we would write examination in pen, but the pen was either I made ink out of the bean leaves, or the ink came from a little lota that our head teacher made out of the ink powder and then water in it. And so I would get a little ration of that and I would write. But here I had a fountain pen. Fountain pen had a luxury. The luxury was you don't have to carry the ink bottle in your half-hand pocket and then collar your half-hand and your legs if it spills. But here it would be in the pen. That was a luxury I got into. Then I came to high school and then graduated with Sanskrit, measure, and I came to Botwell for intermediate, and then also bachelor's there, then master's in Kathmandu University. And it was perhaps around second year that I had to go to my professor's residence to get some advice on my my assignment, that I was trying to write something in what do you call this Wordsworth's poem, I think Solitary Reaper or something. And there we had a professor from Bihar. He spent all his life here, and then he didn't make any money, he didn't marry, he just devoted his life to Trivandrum University. So he had this typewriter, and then the typewriter was fascinating for me. And I was in my second year of education with English measure in masters. I would definitely get a job anywhere in the country when I finish it. So I said, once I finish my master's and I get a job in any college, then I'm going to gift myself with this, with one of the typewriters. That's what I said. Then the story took a different turn. After that, I went to Gulmi, and then I taught for 1 year in the first batch of +2 when the government started +2 system. Then I came back to Kathmandu and went to Kathmandu University and got a job. There, we didn't have a laptop like this, but there was something on the desk of the dean, with blinking something there. So now, when I came to know what it is, then I found out that my dream of owning a typewriter was shattered because I had to buy or not buy anything because typewriter was not useful. So this is what I came through. Let me just take you through the story. Wooden slate, and then slate that was factory made. One is homemade, the factory made, and the paper and pencil, then paper and ink pen, and then typewriter dream, at least the dream, and then you can see object, some kind of object that was called computer that I saw. But since then I have been using this machine, this kind of machine. It has become part of my life. But as a teacher, what have I used as a teacher? That was as a student, but now as a teacher, the first thing I used when I taught in schools in Palpa and Botwell and later in Cabri, I used a chalkboard and then dusty chalk, and we had to wash our hands, and most teachers' hands were scruffy because the chalk was not good, the dust was not good. And later, to make our life better, in Kathmandu University, they bought this green board and then dust-free chalk, and we were very happy. It was a luxury for us. And the better luxury came later when the whiteboards came and the marker pen came, so no dust around, so you were fine. You could write and wipe. How nice to be a teacher with this luxury. But then we moved on. Around 2000, 2002, this machine arrived. We would put a plastic sheet on that the top of the this plate, and then the upper mirror would project that figure to the wall, and we would explain it. So that was what the teachers were using. But after a few years, then what happened was, this machine came, LCD. Many of you, I think, saw only this. Okay, some of you might have seen this OSP. Some others might have seen green or black, but many of you saw this only. That's what I think. But in the villages, still there are many schools where chalk duster, the chalkboard is used. But in most schools, this whiteboard and then marker are available these days. But the story of technology, exposure to technology, doesn't stop here, because I started teaching here, and then technology started coming in. Every year something new came, something new would come into the classroom or into our home. Now when the coronavirus started, then although we had the facilities, but we were not using in this level. Now, this is my master's class. And these days, as I'm talking to you, we have a class every week on Wednesdays, 4:30 onwards. And then, so they come, and then we have group work and pair work and writing, discussion, sometimes even jokes. And so anything, we can do here. And we don't have to write on the board unless we use a whiteboard there. This digital whiteboard, I'll show you in a while if I get time. And then, all this. So now I have started my journey as a teacher from blackboard to now digital online whiteboard. There's so many steps. Then how did I learn? Okay, how did I learn? Did I get formal training on using this technology? The answer is no, definitely no. because they came one after the other. And then what I did was this: I did not say I know, or I hid my ignorance. What I did was I did not feel shy in not knowing. So I said, I don't know. I used it, I asked for help, and I went on. Sometimes I had trouble for not being able to use it. You use anything that was there. But anyway, I used it. So many of you will share my story, okay? Now, what next then? Now, I come to this political, as I said, you and all, what next, okay? As a teacher, do I continue only in the corona, this kind of online teaching, or will it become part of my teaching forever? Now, I would say we will have to adopt digital teaching learning, whether you go to the classroom physically or where you teach from home. Either way, both ways, I am going to be a digital teacher, okay, who uses all digital technologies, not something that this digital means physical classroom is not useful. It's not that, okay. What is the situation is both will complement each other, because socialization in the classroom is one, but socialization online is another. And then showing these flashy things here is one, but in the class, using your beautiful voice and your gesture and body language is there. So both will complement. So now we will be using this. Then how do we use, okay? Or why do we use, let us say, is number one, we are the teachers of digital natives. Digital natives are those who were born after many things in education were digitized. Digital things came. Maybe one handy thing in your homes is mobile phone came, okay? Many of them were born after that, or at least grew after that. So we're teaching them. Now, I'll talk the details later. And second is, we are now in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So what is this? And then what happened in 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and we have arrived at 4.0. I'll explain that. And we are also into education 4.0. So what happened in 1.0, 2.0, 3.0? So I'll explain this. So because of these three major reasons that we have to digitalize our ways of teaching, our ways of storing materials, our ways of communicating. So let us go further. Now let us say this. We are teaching digital natives, okay? Now, who are digital natives then? Okay, these digital natives were born during or after the digital age. So when did the digital age start? Maybe a few things were digitized long ago, but 90s, okay, is the decade when things started getting digitized in many ways. Like I got my first Hotmail in 1997 or 8, and you may not believe the mouse, actually the one that you have came in the separate one. It came in 1995. Before that it was there. So things developed, and then these people are always on. On means they have a device, they have a device, a phone, laptop, a tablet, it could be anything, but they have something on with them. And they're intuitive learners, means they learn on their own. If you force them, perhaps not, okay? And they have one quality which we, perhaps, of my age at least, do not understand, is they are very good at multitasking, chatting with friends, and then watching a YouTube video here, and writing something as homework to the teacher, okay? And then when mom comes at the door, then they respond. So they can do many things, okay? And also they have something food on the side to eat at the same time. So they are real multitaskers, and they can quickly, rapidly, they can switch the task. Okay, task switching, like you were discussing code switching. Now this is task switching, and they're extremely social. Means they have a wider society, but you may question, maybe they have less time, less socialization with the family members in physical way, but outside they have a big society on the net. And then they're multimedia oriented, or rather we could say multimodal oriented. And who are we? Those who were born before that, grew up before that, are digital immigrants. You know, we grew up, we were educated when things were not digitalized. Later, when they came, what we did? We migrated there. So we are immigrants. Okay. Now, don't you think it's a challenge? Immigrants teaching the natives. Maybe Nepali English teacher, professor, going to UK and teaching English to the UK born children. It's like that. But if you don't do that, how do you earn your bread and butter? But if you do that, can you do the justice? These are actually Generation Z, another name, I remember, okay? They have different ways of doing things. So we adopt web technologies for our use, one after the other, as I showed you how I did. And we prefer talking to people in person, if possible, only when there's no possibility when we talk on the phone or chat or things, but we love, you know, physical communication, being physically together. And then we are logical learners, okay, one after the other, and thinking and all this, and not quickly changing our minds. And then we do one thing at a time, and we teach these digital natives that, okay, do one thing at a time so you'll finish. But they say, yes, yes, sir, yes, miss, but they won't follow you. And then we prefer to have interaction with one or few people if we have to, but not many people at the same time. And we try to go to traditional news sites. Okay, like these people who go to Twitter and then see the one-liner and they're happy. But for us, we need Gorkhapatra, we need Kantipur or the Kathmandu Post, the proper ones, even in the internet, the BBC and those ones. So this is it. So now, why should we go digital is so that we save ourselves in front of the digital natives. So we must learn, we have migrated, but let us try to be naturalized, as the Americans say. You know, people who come, who immigrate to America, later they are called naturalized citizen. Okay, so we are not bumsas, but so now, so that is one reason, because we are teaching, you know, digital natives. And second, why should we digitalize ourselves, our practices is, we are here, okay, here. This is Industrial Revolution 4.0. Then what was 1.0, 2.0, 3.0? Let me explain. It goes here, okay? So in the 1.0 revolution, particularly in Europe, mainly in, you know, UK, they started steam power and hydropower to move the machine. So the machines were moved by this hydro and steam power. And anything, the labor-saving device that humans did not have to do was propelled by, you know, the devices. And then like the mechanical loom that was first made was 1784. So this is the 1.0. Then second, I mean 2.0 is Industrial Revolution, IR 2.0 is most machines were for mass production, okay? Productivity went up. And then the power was electricity. or fossil fuels, okay? And then one example here is this Union Stockyards 1870. So that's what happened. But it came up to the 20th century. Then 1970 started 3.0. In this, what happened? IT came, electronics came. Electronics and IT came. They tried to automatize the production line. And here, what they did was about 30% of the production now that takes place actually has no human labor. Okay, the machines work by themselves. But by 2022, they say that 50%, around 50% of the production will be done by machines, controlled by machines, managed by machines, no human. Okay, production now, so no, nothing. Humans only will do the first line of machines, and the other lines, machines will create that. This. And then, so that is 4.0 actually. So the 4.0 is now this IT cyber physical system. Means cyber is that computer generated, that robotics, and then physical is we do. So this, but more will be cyber there. Now imagine our students are going to be the workforce for this Industrial Revolution 4.0. And if we teach using chalkboard and then traditional textbook and then handwriting there and all that classroom things now, do you think they will be able to cope? They will be able to cope in that, cyber physical system generated or managed, industrial situation? They will not. So in order to produce the human resource that is useful for IR, Industrial Revolution 4.0, we must digitalize our classrooms. It has started. Maybe, we have questions of socio-economic digital divide. Some people cannot. That's one thing. But on the other, whatever is doable, we must start. Okay, we must start. So the second reason: first, we are teaching digital natives. Second, we must produce human resource for Industrial Revolution 4.0. And now we need to adapt to Education 4.0. So what is this? So let me explain what is 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0. Education 1.0 was a physical classroom where teacher was there, textbooks were there. There was no technology, or if there was, basic. For example, cassette player for listening, television, not in the classroom, but wherever it was installed, okay, for limited viewing. So that's all, okay, not much of technology. And then, so that was 1.0. It came up to, you could say, in Nepal even later, but at least in the world affairs, maybe up to 90s, this went on. Then what happened when the technology was sort of digitized, then or more into electronics, then what happened was technology started infiltrating into the education process. Means it started coming and teachers started using, students started using that, okay? So this time, limited emails, and then some the word processing, all these things started. But this one did not go beyond the school building, because email was not here and there, so you wouldn't be using it for education purpose, only for communication purpose. Then whatever technology was used was actually used for between teacher and students in the classroom. Then came this mass infiltration of technology with the more user-generated internet. So now internet, that was up to, let us say, 2012-13. So this started where, Facebook, when you type and post something, the data is user-generated. And then, emails and wiki. Yes, wiki came, so you could write more. So now, at this time, teachers and students were using internet or technology independently, means not just one by one, but the connection was between universities, university schools and schools, wherever it was used. Then now we have 4.0. In 4.0, every student is independent entity. Now they can ask for the curriculum they need. They will now not fit. Remember this, very soon, we are not going to have a common curriculum for all the students across the country. We're going to have curriculum modules, and like in supermarkets, you'll be able to use it, sell it, but they will take it, but they will not use it as you give. They are going to customize it. They're going to tailor make it for their purpose. So then what is this is a paradigm shift in education. So when we have 4.0 education, then we will be giving education which is not supply-led, but demand-led, okay? Whatever they want, we give, but it's not that we decide a curriculum that doesn't change for 23 years like we have in +2 level. It's not that, okay? So it has to change not just for the whole class, but also for individuals. And knowledge is no problem. Google will tell you everything. You don't have to know anything. Competency, that is being able to analyze that, critique that, and use that. That competency students have to develop. And then what happens in education 4.0 is every new year, every another year, disruptive technologies come. Disruptive means they disrupt. You're happily using something, and all of a sudden something just goes out of the window. Okay, now just think, how many of you have got a desktop at home? When the laptop came like this, even, okay, I don't have a desktop now, so it just went. Now they don't sell much. Nowadays, if you have a cassette with you, now cassette players are not available in the market. So things go out of hand. So that is what the education 4.0 is prepared to teach students or prepare students. And then lifelong learning, not front-loaded learning. That is front-loaded means you give and they take. It's not that. So they start and they keep learning for life, because like I said, I was not trained for using this computer and online teaching, but I'm doing this now, comfortably, means this lifelong learning is the need of the day. So because of these three reasons, we must be digital teachers. We must digitalize our pedagogy. Then for that, what do we need? We need online technologies like Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, Zoom, Skype, Moodle, Blackboard. This is not the Blackboard I talked about. This is online, okay? And Google Classroom, MOOC, okay? And also YouTube, Padlet, Mentimeter, Quizzes, Vocaru, and Google Doc. These are just a few, okay? That are so many available, and many of them are free, actually, okay? You just need to know where they are and how you can use them. Then we have offline technologies. You don't have to go to internet to use them. The first thing is PowerPoint. You might take it lightly. PowerPoint, yes, I know, I use it, but PowerPoint is a complete package. You can customize it. You can use audio files. You can use video files. You can show charts and pie charts and other kind of bar graphs. You can use it in multiple ways. Actually, you can upload you can create a lecture with PowerPoint in which your PowerPoint gets scrolling and you keep talking, and you can record that. If you send it to a student, then they will listen to it, listen to your voice, and they will also watch your PowerPoint. So you're not needed, okay? And then audio videos, audios and videos, there are many of them. and then word processing like this MS Word, and then other OSs have got other processing systems, and there is spreadsheets like Excel, and then there is this read out aloud. That is, in PDF, if you ask the machine to read, it will read. Okay, if you are confused with the pronunciation in a connected speech, then you can just get it to read, and you can listen to it, and you can train students to read. And there are many, so I can't list all of them. Now, what you can do in your classroom then? I mean, so far I used, I presented things that are there, but for you, what's the takeaway? One is, when you need to teach grammar, punctuation, then if you enroll students to Coursera and get them to take this course, grammar and punctuation, they will be happy because there are so many videos, so many audio, so many texts, so many tasks, so much, socializing there, connecting to others, linking there, networking there. Then they will learn it. And this will help them to learn the technology. Okay, so your workload will be less and they'll be learning more. So this, where is it then? Let me show you this. What is this? Okay, Coursera. Coursera here. Okay. Coursera is okay. Grammar, yes. So this is Coursera. Grammar and punctuation is free, but it's free only when you follow this financial aid available. This link, if you go here, you are done for. Don't go there. Okay. And then you can use this. Then another is, many of you want some help, handy help for your pronunciation teaching, how to pronounce the word, curriculum, and then after that what it is, VITA. Okay, so some say vita, some say vitae, what it is. So you need to see the pronunciation. So for that, what you need to know is phonemic chart. So where is the phonemic chart? The phonemic chart is here. It's from here, this site. I've got that link, but what you have here is this. Let me just a minute. Let me open the sound. Okay, so I can help you to share computer sound. Okay, now here. So if you can see, if you click this, if you click, let's say this.
Ch, S, A, R, Z, J.
See, these are the sounds we are always confused. This one.
J, Z, J.
See? Anything you can just get it pronounced for you. It's there in that address. And then you have this. So many of you teach in grade 11, and there's this poem by Wordsworth, this "My heart lifts up when I behold." Then this one, if you go to this poets.org. This poem is there, his photograph is there, his introduction is there, more about Wordsworth is there, and there are other poems that he's written. There are many other poets there, and then and there will be some poems that are read by the poets themselves. How nice it would be. So find poems, find poets. So now you can actually teach the poem by giving them an excitement of going to the original sites and then reading them and finding the other information about the writer. So that gives them a contextual understanding of when the poem was written, why it was written, why the poet wrote that. So that will be really interesting to teach. So you can motivate them. And then this Edgar Allan Poe, you have got Telltale Heart. Now let us see Telltale Heart. So if you go here, this audio book treasury, and then you've got this story read aloud. Take it to the class, and then
Book the 16th, The Telltale Heart, read by Steve Rimpeachy. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? This disease had sharpened my senses, not...
So this is just one story. Now, teaching one story is fine, but if you can develop students' habits to listen to the story, they can be downloaded and they can be put into the mobile phone and they can just listen to that, as they listen to the music that they are very fond of, okay? And then and then you teach lots of, what you call the dialogues there. How about doing this? Going to this Vokaru and getting students to, record their voice and then saving it and playing it in the class. Maybe 2 students get together, they practice the dialogue and they record it and bring to the class. Now others will listen, and in course of that recording process, they develop the pronunciation. They really learn the technology. And they start, noticing other dialogues that are available there in the internet or digital platforms. Now, this one here, BBC has got this Follow Me series, audio only and also video. So if you just, choose, what you need to do is you need to choose. I mean, you'll not give them blanket, this prescription. You will find out which dialogue matches in which, in which chapter of this grade 9 book or grade 8 book, and then just send them the link. Then they will practice, they will listen. So your job is less, but in the class you can take it and you can play it and you can download this and then play that in the class, and it also helps you to improve your pronunciation or your ways of speaking. Yes. Then yes, there are more others. I think my time is about to go. So one more, okay, a few things. So this Google Drive, and then where to put your materials. You can't carry laptop. Not many teachers have a laptop. There might be a computer at home. There might be a computer in the school. Then what to do is you create a Google Drive and then store your materials there. So where is the Google Drive? The Google Drive is here. Okay. The drive is here, so everything. So I've got all these, these folders here, and then I can use, 15 GB is not less, and it's a lot. Okay, and then next is, this Google Docs. So I've created this. I don't know whether we can quickly do this. Let us all do this. Okay. So what to do is. Please come here. I will just send you the link. Please, yes, yes, quickly. Okay, everyone in the meeting. Yes. So please hit this this link, and then everybody come here. And I've got a small task for you. It will take only 2 minutes, not longer. So what you will do is please come here and then write one adjective that you love, one adjective that you like, beautiful adjective. Don't write in the same cell others are writing, just one and leave it. And let's see how quickly we will have many, yes. Okay. Yes, great. So 17+ people. Yes, love is not an adjective. Beautiful, glamorous, yes. Kind, yes. Please write in the cells, okay. Bold, handsome. So don't write on others, so otherwise this funny word is created. Generous, yes, okay. So now I was just showing to you. If you create like this, then, if you get students to leave maybe you are teaching vocabulary tomorrow, then what you can do is you can send a link to students and ask them, read the chapter, Falano chapter, and then please write down the English words the new words that you don't know, you find difficult here, then you will get all the words they don't know. So you can have a discussion on those words only, okay? So this is just one practice here. Thank you everyone for quick participation. And now, and then PowerPoint is, as I said, a great thing. So what you can do is, do not teach much, okay? Group students and ask them to prepare a PowerPoint presentation on the story, let's say the gardener. Maybe one group works on character, another on the storyline, you know, a question answer, all this, and they give a presentation. You just sit there, you know, and then give feedback. So that's what you can do to save your time and also your health. And for this, you need to know a few technologies there, okay? So let us try. I will now send you this a link to, no, I don't need to send. You go to menti.com and then please, yes, please go there and then input 729604 and then let us play a quick game here. Menti.com, okay, 7296. But anyway, I'll send it to you so that when I go there, then you will, yes, yes. And then now let me see. Yes. So what do? You choose, I mean, you click the items that you know. You don't have to use, but that you know. So let us see how many of you, yes, somebody has written Zoom. Yes, Moodle, Google Doc. Yes, I think you can see my screen here, so you can also see how many people. So now 3 people have responded. You don't have to choose one. You can choose many as you like, as many as you know, okay? So what you do is just tick, 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 and submit. Tick, 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 and submit. The one that you know. So let us know how many, yes, how many of you know this and that. So Google Doc, 2 people, Zoom, 3 people, and Moodle, 1 person. And yes, yes, PowerPoint, 1 person writes, 8 people, 10 people, yes, Google Doc, Google Meet. Yes, 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 come on, come on. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I will now have to stop due to time limitation, but I'll show you quickly another game here. That is, you will go to joinmyquiz.com and then you will, yes, you will play a quick, quiz here. And then later, I'll quickly share. So please go to joinmyquiz.com and then you put this number 3556849. I've also sent in the chat box, and there I will see how many of you have actually, yes, 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 yes. This one, yes, yes. So please try to answer those questions and let us see how much you get. These are ELT questions, okay? They really test our understanding of vocabulary and all. Maybe even if you cannot do it now because it's already 4 o'clock 59 minutes, I can continue, but there's a speaker after this, somebody there, I just don't know the name, so I'll have to stop here. But what do I do now next is I will give some advice here, okay? So play that, you can play that quiz when you are home. You don't have to do it now. So what to do, how to learn new technology is this. I've got some suggestions here. You learn from students. Don't feel shy. Your students can teach you technology, okay? That's for sure. and then be proactive. Don't wait for the head teacher to tell you do this and do that. But in the beginning, you can mix traditional learning and the digital learning so that you feel comfortable in making a slow departure. And also make a personal goal. I will give a presentation using PowerPoint, including video and audio in NELTA conference USA. Means that becomes your personal goal of achieving something, not just doing a teacher's job there. And always collaborate with others. Don't work alone because it's suffocating. But take help, give help. And for doing all this, flipped classroom, it takes a whole session to explain. So flipped classroom is a model of teaching where digital technology is very, very helpful. So try that. You can Google what it is. And take some tests online, use Google Doc often, and then run multiple activities concurrently so that you know how it feels to be like a digital native who can run multiple activities at the same time. So I wish you that you stay healthy, but you stay ahead. That is, you're not going to be somebody I don't know. You're going to be somebody I can show you, okay? So with this, I conclude my presentation here. I guess I did not go too far from my time. I think I did little, but with this, thank you so much. Over to you, back to you. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Dr. Laxman Gnawali. Accept our sincere gratitude for being with us with such insightful and informative ideas about the use of technologies for better future in this critical time and ahead also. We are very much grateful to you. Yeah, now we have a very short question answer session. Very few questions we are going to take due to the time constraint. Maybe 2 or 3 questions from the participants. So please, participants, you are requested. Quick questions to Professor Dr. Gnawali. Gunara sir, if there is any, you can, trigger.
Riju Binay has raised hand. Riju Binay.
Rijuji, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And my question was to Laxman sir. It was a very nice presentation and knowledgeable presentation. We got to know a lot of things from that. But my question is, sir, this technology is making us mentally advanced, but physically it is making us inactive. Physically, it is making us inactive. So is this a right thing to go ahead with, or we need to create a balance between this?
Sir, did you catch?
I'll come back. Sorry.
Sir, did you catch the question?
I did not, because I was a little disturbed with another connection here. Can you quickly repeat the question? Sorry.
Yes, sir. My question was that this, although this technology is good to go ahead, but this technology is making us mentally advanced and mentally active, but physically it is making us stable. Physically, we are a little bit lagging behind because of the use of technology. So is this the right thing to go ahead with, or balance has to be created?
Did you attend my session last time when NELTA Sunsari was, I don't know, not Sunsari, province number 1 was organizing an event? I talked about well-being, So well-being is something you have to look after, okay? You need to do yoga, you need to do some things like I share my practice. These days, I don't use mobile and laptop until 7 o'clock in the morning. After 9 o'clock, I don't touch them. One way of doing it. And half an hour, I always exercise. Okay, using YouTube, this trainers thing, and then Baba Ramdev things, all those things. So you need to try that. Because new technology came, so I'll lose my health. Yes, you shouldn't lose your health. leave teaching if you're losing your health, but there are ways to save your health. Okay. Any other question?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that.
Anyone else? Om Prakash ji.
Om Prakash Sapkota sir, please.
Yes, quickly, just the question.
Okay, if you can hear me or not, I want to make sure.
Yes, we are getting. Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Yes.
sir. Thanks a lot, Laxman, sir, for your great presentation. But I just want to make a question over there. That is, it is really possible for the young teachers, as you stated there in your presentation, to use the technology and handle it. But rather than that, I have seen many senior teachers who are not still able to grasp the idea how to use the technologies. And amid of this coronavirus, how likely is it possible for them to learn those things to use? Now, there might have been some like options like using internet tutorial or something else, but how much time does it take for them to cope up with this problem?
Okay, I don't know. Jairaj Awasthi sir retired long ago. He's now waiting for me to have the discussion with PhD fellows there, and he's using everything I talked about. Okay, he retired at the age of 63, and it has been some years after that. I'm in my mid-50s. I don't think I'm young. So we are using. And there are many teachers. I think it is the attitude. It is availability is one thing. If there is nothing available, that we cannot say anything. But and how long it takes is difficult question to answer, because you need to start. You need to be proactive. You need to practice it time and again, and you need to choose what works for you. Okay, that's why. So I would say that we must make things available for them. We must encourage them. I think they will do. Okay, so age is not a problem, I guess. Noam Chomsky did his master's in 1955. How many years have passed after 1955? 45 that, and 25 this side, 65 after his master's. You can imagine how old is he. But what he does, he works with technology only. Okay, so I mean, these are different examples, but my contention is age doesn't matter if things are available. Okay, now just one more question, because I have to go. Yes.
Okay, Shivaji, you may go ahead.
Quickly, your microphone is off.
Yeah, unmute your microphone. Shivaji? No. No, Shivaji, you should unmute.
Your microphone is off. Yeah, you need to on that. I mean, unmute. Yes.
Umeshji, can we help him? Is he muted there?
Shiva, can I have the surname, please?
Shiva Prasad something.
Shiva Prasad Bhatt, right? Okay, I'm just going to unmute.
Maybe can you quickly type the question?
Yes,
sir. Come on.
Yes, you are unmuted.
Yes.
So, I fully appreciate what Gnawali sir said right now, but I have doubt that whether the gap between Kathmandu or all towns and the rural areas of Nepal goes bigger or not.
Okay. That's another issue. I was aware of that. I'm aware of that. Okay. So my presentation was with the teachers who have access where things are available. But this digital divide, socioeconomic divide, that's entirely another issue. We can discuss that. I think earlier also I heard a question to NPG. How can we, I don't know, something like bridge the gap between public and private schools? I mean, it's not a question that we can find answer now. Okay, it takes, so now Khatiwadaji will find some answer there. So I mean, that's a different thing, but we must, those who have the facility will need to support those who do not have. Okay, that's what we can do. But my contention is in a situation where we have things available. Okay, thank you. I think I need to go, so thank you so much.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Professor.
Great session, sir. Great session. Thank you.
It was a wonderful session. We enjoy a lot. And thank you very much, one and all, for such vital questions. And then now we have the last presentation. And now we have the last presentation here. It will take maximum 40 minutes to conclude. Thereafter, we will have a short reflection by NELTA CC member, Mr. Keshav Prasad Bhattarai. At last, we will have a conclusion remarks from the NELTA Morang chair. And we're really grateful to all the participants having such a high level of patience and passion too. And we want your support till the end. So, okay, for today, here is the last presentation, and the presenter is ELT enthusiast. Mr. Govinda Niroula is an MPhil in English language education from KU. He is an ICT in education expert. He is the campus chief of UNIP College, Biratnagar, and the director of Modern Era Secondary School, Biratnagar. He is the member of IATFL and life member of NELTA. Over to you, Govinda Niroula, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ram sir, and thank you, NELTA Morang. Let's start. I think am I audible here?
Yeah, very well, sir. You may go ahead, sir.
Okay. Respected chair of the program, NELTA Central Chair, Motikala ma'am, and I think, sorry, there are not our former president, Mr. Hemanta Raj Dahal is present, I don't know. Senior Vice President and my guru, Laxman Gnawali, and President of Capson Morang, and President of Province NELTA, Province number 1, and CC members of NELTA, and community schools teachers, and this boarding school teacher, Capson teachers, and all the valued participants. So it is my honor to present a paper here, and next honor is here. Now we are trying a lot to conduct one program here, webinar or whatever program here in Biratnagar especially, but due to this lockdown and this all the thing we could not do. But although it is not, let's say, face-to-face, it is webinar. Now we are able to conduct right now. I'm very happy for the NELTA, NELTA Morang, and then Province number 1. I'm very happy with this. Today, my presentation, I think we are running out of the time, so I'm going to do it quick. So my topic is here, social networking, a digital divide, a digital playground for teaching and learning. This is my topic, so I'm going to present here. Now the overview of my presentation is this thing. Now first I will talk about how the idea emerged. Then I will talk about what are the parents and school authorities' view. And then I will talk about how can we teach writing using social media, especially in this lockdown period. And then I will discuss about what are the oral skills that can be taught using social media. Just I will give some sample, 1 or 2. Then I will talk about the strategy to be adopted by the teacher after lockdown. So these are my agendas. I will discuss about this. So now let's enter to the topic. Now how the idea emerged. Now when we have lockdown in our country, then there are different kind of schools. Let's say private school, public schools are there. Among private schools, there was one kind of debate between whether the online education can be implemented right now or not. There will be digital divide, there will be gap. Now we cannot solve all these parents' problem there. So there was one kind of debate, and then some municipality, let's say, they halted this conducting these online classes as well. So there was a debate on the access, especially the material access and the network access. There was a debate on quality education or quality teaching, whether after teaching this, using online education, there will be quality education or not? And then how can we assess them? There was a big question. So there are these big questions, these big ideas were there. So to what I learned, when we observe these, all the things we found there are 4 types of digital user. So because of these different type of digital user, people are debating on this topic. So this 4 digital user, now first type is tech obsessed, second type is tech active, and third one is tech aware, and fourth one tech reluctant, and then last one is, this is aided by me, digital immigrants are there. Now who are tech obsessed? Tech obsessed, they are technology oriented. These are people who were born after the invention of these wave 4 technologies. So especially these people, millennium, who are born after 2000 AD. And then they all are technology oriented there. They are the early adopter, and they always embrace the latest and the greatest technology. And they install and uninstall any application quickly. And then they are digitally native. Laxman has already discussed about who are digital native, what are their characteristics. I think I should not describe about it. Now, second type is tech active. Now, these tech active people, they do everything online. So their age is almost 30s to 50s, means they are above 30 and let's say below 60s. Age will be 30s to 60s. It might not be applicable to our country, but it might be applicable for the whole, I think. And they engage in their business. These people, those who are above 30 and then who are below 60, they always engage in business activities there. So they keep application as long as the space permit. If there is space, then they will do. But if we talk about the children below 20, they will install today one application, tomorrow they will delete it because there will not be enough space. They want to test new things. So this is second type of digital user. They are tech active. So third type is tech aware. They are above 50s people who are 51, 52, like that, above let's say 50s, and they might be 60s. And they have on PC, they have got a smartphone, and they spend most of their time exploring the friend in the social media. And then they are not updated with the latest and the greatest technology. Whatever thing they have learned in their life, okay, they just use that, and whatever thing is going to happen future, they do not talk about this thing. So these people were the tech aware. They have already known something about it. They are aware of it, but they do not utilize it properly. Later on. So the fourth type is the tech reluctant. They are the people above 60s, and they are totally unfamiliar with the technology. They have got the technology brought by their son or daughter or grandchildren, whoever else, but they are totally unfamiliar with the technology. They have technology, but they do not trust on it. Okay, whatever thing done by the let's say technology might be wrong or might not be believable. They think that. So they most of the time they use the social media, mostly in our, if you talk about in our Nepal, like this Facebook users, they listen to the radio, read newspaper, and watch television. So these are the 4 types given in the world. But if I talk about our country, then this is the, I think they are the digital immigrant. And this, most of the people in Nepal, let's not say all, most of the people in Nepal, they prefer to talk face to face. They do not believe on this online learning and this all the thing. They focus on the task at a time. They do not want to do multiple tasks at a time. Okay, and then they will get the news from the broadcast media, might be radio, television, these all the things. So they are technophobic. They fear with this technology, and then there is computer anxiety. Okay, so look, you can see the example here. So what happened here? I will tell you for the last time, grandpa, you do not need a paper knife to open an email. There is an email somebody sent email, and he has to open the email, but he did not know how to open it, so he used paper knife here to cut it. Okay, so these kind of peoples are here because of this. I think because of these different types of people, we might have got digital gap, and then whether this online class will be there or not, or let's say digital class will be there or not, because of this there might be issue. Okay, so where do our parents, school authority, and student fall? Do they belong to type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, or type 5? What do you think? In my opinion, now I think we do not have time, so we do not take this opinion or chat. Now, I think now we are in the digital immigrant means last 5, or if we are not there 4, and if we are not there, then most of the time we are in type 3. Okay, we might not be type 1 and then type 2 most of the time. Our children might be, but we might not be there. Now my concern here, now I just last time this means in the first side of, let's say, overview, I have talked about now what are the parents and school authority do. This is the parents and school authority view. What they say, social networking means what they say, hear all the bills, see all the bills, and post all the bills. Means there is no use of using the social networking site. I mean, so they always see the dark side of using social networking or media. But the what the student or children, this millennium people say that parents have a dual role. They themselves buy devices for us, but they tell us not to use it. It is harmful, they say that. And then teacher also has got the dual role. They have a controversial role. They use it themselves and they prohibit, let's say, us means students. They are telling that. So, and then the students themselves question here. None of them teaches for the valuable use of it. Then how do we know? Okay, parents complain that students do not use it properly for education, and then teachers say that they are not using it for the education, they are just using it for entertainment purpose only. But how do we learn if they did not teach? They taught us ABCD, they taught us kaka gaga, okay, they taught us, let's say, number, whatever thing, and then we learn from there. Okay, now whatever thing is available there is only internet entertainment only, and how do we learn? This is the big question from the students. So this is the parents in school authority. So here other paradigm shift in student. Now look at here. Now what the student say there. Student, now let's compare to a student of our time and the student of now. The students are reluctant to read. They are willing to play with the smart device. They do not want to read, but they want to play games, or especially not outdoor game. They want to play mobile or this whatever game is there. Okay. Now we, father, mother, we give birth to the Nani and Babu, we did not give birth to the son and daughter. When there is Nani and Babu, they do not feel what is the pain, what is the pleasure. Okay, and then the student, previously there was teacher was supposed to be the god, but now the student are supposed to be the god, and the teacher are the worshipper, just opposite role of our time. Okay, and then now there in our time there was not any holiday for us. Either there would be school day or the farm day. When there was holiday, we have to work in the farm. So there were either school day or the farm day. So we had to walk at least 2 to 3 hours before going to the school. And then previously teacher would think that I will make my student this way, and then my strategy of teaching will be this. He might think that and then go to the classes. But now teacher has to just reverse his role, and now the teacher have to be molded as the student wish. What is the student wish? We have to be molded. So in this context, now how to teach in such a context? Does our world strategy support them? And then why are we blaming them? So because of this, I want to explore whether this social networking site can be a good tool for this millennial or not. So for this, I have started here teaching writing here. As we know that these are the stages for teaching writing. First stage is copying. Most of the time we write something else, and our student initial learner, they will copy everything from the teachers. Okay, then second stage, then they have got some idea, they learn something, they read something, and then they'll reproduce the thing. There will be second stage of writing, that will be. And then third one, they will change something given by the teacher, that is recombination. And teacher will, fourth is guided writing. Teacher will give some guideline to the student, and then student write on the basis of the guideline. And fifth one is free writing. It's just the topic will be supplied to the student. The student has to write freely on the topic, that is free writing. Here I'm not going to describe this all the thing, but I'm going to describe about this free writing little. How can we use the social networking site for writing, teaching the student free writing here. Before this, I think I should talk about what is social networking here. So social networking is a connection of 2 or more people here. And then what is social networking? Social networking is the channel through which an individual socially interact. And when we social networks, and when we network socially, one person has to create his profile. He has to invite other people to share, discuss, and like, dislike with the content or comment on the content. You can take example, these are the Facebook Messenger Twitter, Imo, Viber, Instagram, YouTube, Skype, blog, etc. There are lots of social networking sites. These are the things that we are using. So here I'm going to describe about Twitter. I think it is not mostly used by this student, mostly used by the teacher. So Twitter. So what is Twitter? Twitter is a short message containing of 280 characters. Previously it was 140 characters. Now it is 280 characters, enough to transmit the essence of the message. Here, what do? We will cram our writing. We'll just write the gist of our writing or let's say message here, and then we will write a tweet from one person to another person here. So it is useful for mainly for sharing the news, materials, and link to the student and colleagues for the learning purpose here. So we can also team review, story writing, as well as and many other things here. Now let's talk about this story writing here. For example, suppose if you want to write a story for, if you want to teach writing a story to a junior student, you can start 1 or 2 lines of a story like this. Once upon a time, there was a king. Then you will ask other students to look at the previous student comment, and then you add 1. And student look at the previous student comment, and they go on adding 1, another, and then finally there will be a complete story made out of that. Let's say one sentence of each student. So here now using this Twitter we can use same method for Facebook group as well, Facebook Messenger as well, and we can write a story out of it. And now let's start how to write a paragraph. I have already discussed about how to write, let's say writing, and discuss about it. So let's start how to write a paragraph in writing pattern lockdown period. So I have made here some of the stages for doing, let's say, writing a guided paragraph here. Guided paragraph writing in lockdown pattern. Let's say I have divided into the day. In day first of all, student has to concentrate to conceptualize, and they have to comprehend to create. So let's say, for teacher, let us create a Facebook or Messenger group. Teacher has to create a Facebook group or Messenger group there. Okay. After making a Facebook group or Messenger group, he has to post one general topic, exemplify how to convert it into a specific topic. Now let's see the example. This is example I have given. For example, dog. So I'm doing it for the, let's say, lower secondary people only. Dog. Now dog. This is general topic. Now if we just keep the dog only, there my writing will be deviated. So we need to specify the topic. Now what to write? Dog. What about the dog? So dog for the pet. They will specify the topic, dog for the pet. You can give other example, exercise. Okay. Now just if you give the exercise only, that is too general topic, the student might not write it well, so they might be deviated from the topic. Okay. Because of that, we need to give some specific topic, that is daily morning exercise. You can add this one. Okay. So similarly, we can give the reading one topic there, and then from here we can make reading for the children like a specific topic. So what is the first stage? First stage, we need to concentrate the student to conceptualize what the thing we are going to write, or comprehend to create. Now what are the idea that he is going to write? Create means when he is going to write, he has to understand the topic, this thing. So at the end of the day, we'll give an assignment. It might be very short. If you are not able to, let's say, teach using Zoom and this all the thing, synchronous teaching is not possible. Let's say we can give something like this. And so assignment for the day, we can give the student and provide some general topic to make specific topic. We can give them, and then student make the, let's say, specific topic out of this general topic. And second day, day 2, we will teach them developing controlling idea. So student, now we have already given them the specific topic. Their example is here, dog for pet, and then the student can make the sentence like this: I like dog for pet. And then similarly, daily morning exercise, we should add exercise to our daily morning routine. We can add like this. Okay. Reading for children, reading develops a child mind like this. We can add this topic. So the student will be able to make a controlling idea here from the specific topic. So that time we can give them assignment like this. supply a topic sentence and ask them to underline the topic, and then controlling idea with the different colors there. So we can give them some question, having a topic, and then let's say topic sentence, having a topic and controlling idea. A student has to topic, let's say they have to circle the topic and they have to underline the controlling idea like that. Then day third, practice controlling idea here. Now look at here. Now they will, let's check the assignment. Student has, we have already given them the assignment there. Then we will check the student assignment. And if they did correctly, now we will provide them a topic and let the student write controlling idea themselves after providing the topic. If they did not correct that one, if they could not develop a controlling idea, let's provide them more exercise for practice. At that time, we need to make assignment, design assignment on the basis of the student requirement, whether we need to give them a topic and they will write the controlling idea, or just they will find out the topic and controlling idea. Depending on that, we will make the assignment. Then day 4, the extension of the controlling idea, like them, we'll teach them the brainstorming and arrangement of the idea. How do we, let's say, gather the idea, brainstorming, and how do we arrange this gathered idea into a sensible order? And then we ask them to write a thesis statement from the controlling idea we have given previously. I like dog for a pet because they are very loyal, they are easy to train, and they make a good companion like this. So similarly, we should add exercise to our daily morning routine, because it is not only keeps, or it does not only keep us, our bodies at healthy and weight, but also reduces the risk of high blood pressure. Oh, here is some let's say change needed, so I will change it. Reading develops a child mind by fostering comprehension skill, increasing vocabulary, and exposing them to a new world they might not otherwise encounter. So we can elaborate the idea like this, and then it is just like a thesis statement, and the student will develop their controlling idea into the thesis statement. So here assignment can be given like the collect some points for list of the best country in the world for you. This is the topic. Collect some point of what is the topic, the best country in the world for you. Tomorrow I'm going to, you need to write about the best country in the world. So for that you need to collect some points. Please collect the points and then come, you can write and then send there. Teacher can send this message to the student. And day 5, now a student might have collected some idea. Using that idea, teacher might write a paragraph, or he might give a sample paragraph here, and then learning note and bold. What are the notes and bolds of a paragraph will be given here. So here, best country in the world is here. So for me, best country in the world is Denmark. I have written it like this. So there are 3 reasons why Denmark is the best country in the world. First, there is given. First, Denmark has an excellent health care system. All Danes have access to, these are the things given here. I think I should not read it. So the 3 reasons, these are the controlling idea. So first reason, second reason, and then moreover, and finally I have given this 4-5 reasons here. So we can add these things here. And then here we will make them conscious. What are the topic? What are the topic sentence? Now what are the controlling idea? Now what is the first point? What is the second point? And these things will edit here. And what are the transistor? What are the marker? Okay. What are the linking point? What is the concluding point? What is the topic sentence? These things student will be able to learn here using this format. And day 5, on the same day, what do we do? We'll ask them to recognize which one is the topic sentence given in the paragraph, which one is the topic, which one is the controlling idea, which one is the supporting detail, what is the transition marker, what are the connectives, and what is the conclusion. We'll ask them, then if the students are able to answer these, all the things, they know the note and bolts of the paragraph here. So then we'll give them the framework like this, and then student will write paragraph or paragraph using this kind of framework. First of all, you need to write the topic sentence. In that topic sentence, there must be topic and controlling idea, and then you need to write the first point supporting that controlling idea. Then you need to write one sentence. Then you need to elaborate the supporting detail, and then you need to write the second supporting detail and elaborate the second supporting detail. And you need to add this second, let's say, moreover, and this kind of transition. And then you can write finally the let's say conclusion, let's say sentence, a conclusion statement, but it will be the restatement of the topic sentence. Whatever thing is written in the topic sentence, we will change some kind of synonym or something might be given, but message should be the same things here. Then we'll give the assignment for the weekend. Let's say, I think it is 5th day, and there might be, let's say, 7 days, and in that, there might not be class, it might be after tiffin, whatever thing there. So I said it weekend. So give a topic and ask them to write a paragraph highlighting the knots and bolts. What are the knots and bolts? You need to underline, highlight, and you need to write a topic, write a paragraph in a given topic. So we'll give them assignment like this. So, and after this, student will be able to write a paragraph. So in lockdown time, we can give this step-by-step process for student to write a paragraph. When they are able to write a paragraph like this, now they will be able to write an essay. We have to teach them how to write an introduction, this all the things, then they will be able to write an essay easily. So this is the first thing. Second thing, so how can we use other social media to do this? Means you might have got other idea. I think you will add more, but we will, after this, let's say when I complete this presentation, then we'll discuss about it and we'll share and learn from you as well. Now, second thing is YouTube here. Other thing, we can learn English language using YouTube as well. So learning, let's say when we talk about our time, when you compare our time and the student of this time, then there is a huge gap between us and them. Okay, and learning English was very difficult in our time. Now we have to learn all the question answer from top to bottom, whatever thing is given by the teacher there. If it was not given by the teacher, we used to buy guide, guest paper, and learn everything from top to bottom. And then we used to translate the passage. And then we need to memorize all the rule of grammar to learn English. And I remember I there in class 9 and class 10, memorize all the rules of the grammar as well. And then we could, what was our nature of learning there? We could translate the big volume, but we could not ask a cup of tea. Our learning was not any communicative there. Our learning was to gather the knowledge. There might be vocabulary only, let's say learning the rules, but we could not use the rule properly in communication. Now, learning English, if you like to use, now learning English is just like a cup of tea for the million people. So if they wanted, they can learn English very well, perfectly, in, let's say, without any pain. So they can learn English anywhere, anytime in their face. And now let's take a YouTube video, an example for teaching. Now we can find YouTube video many places, and in YouTube one you can find out there. You can have the trailer of the new movie. We can do that one. Okay, so there are several movie clips we can find there in fluentu.com. We can do this. So for this also I have divided the day. In day one, and first of all, script copying. Let's say there you find one new movie there. In the new movie, you just get a one scene there. You need to select the scene of a modern English movie. So I prefer here to select modern English movie because if we use this world movie there might be world English there, and different things are there because of that. So I prefer selecting this scene of a modern English movie. And after that, now watch the movie with your native language subtitle if available. I think in English movie there is not a subtitle in Nepali, so it might be in Hindi dub, and it might be in Hindi. We can find it there. If not, it's not possible. So then third one, what do we do? Turn on English subtitles. First time we will, let's say, turn on the language. Your language means our language subtitle might be Nepali or might be Hindi, whatever thing is available that you understand. And then other stage, what do we do? Turn on the English subtitle and then watch. We will turn on and then watch the English subtitle as well and play. And then we'll write down the new word and the phrases from the scene. Now, let's say we cannot watch whole full movie. Just we'll take a scene for only one scene. It might be of 2 minutes or 3 minutes like that. So write down the new word and phrases from the scene. And then now once you write down, you rewind and watch the scene to review the vocabulary, what you have already written there. So you need to repeat the process for 2 to 3 times. And then you close for the day. It is closed for the day. Close for the day means that is the thing that you need to do in the day one. And then I think you understand this. And then second day, day 2, you need to understand the meaning. Whatever thing you have note down in previous day means first day, you need to source the meaning. You need to watch the scene again with the English subtitle on, and then if there are anything left, any word left there, write it down, review your vocabulary, and then learn the meaning from either online or offline dictionary. You should not buy dictionary. Now you can just download from this online or offline dictionary from the internet. And then you can repeat the vocabulary for 5 to 10 times for the meaning, and then you can relax the rest. After this, now you can repeat that vocabulary 5 to 10 minutes, sorry, 10 times, and then I think you learn, you master that over that vocabulary, because you will see the picture there, you will see the dialogue there, you will understand from the context. You have already sought the meaning in the dictionary. Hope you will understand this thing here in day 2. And in day 3, you need to focus on pronunciation now. Now, what do you do here? First, you need to play and then pause the video after the each sentence. Now, what do you do? First you need to play the video. When the video, let's say in the video, one sentence will be completed, then you will pause the video for loudly, exactly like the actor. Now, whatever thing.
Govinda sir, sorry for interruption, sir. Our time is exceeding, and then now within 5 minutes you should come to the conclusion, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And speak the sentence loudly and exactly like the actor, and then we will do the repeat the process for 5 to 10 minutes in the day 3rd and day 4th, and imitating the action. Now we need to imitate the action. Then keep the subtitle on for the video again this time. Now we need to speak simultaneously with the actor, and then speak with the emotion like the actor. Now we need to speak with the full emotion with the writer in day 4. Now here our main purpose is imitating the action. And day 5, now we are trying to be native like speaker. Here what do we do? Now we'll speak along with the actor without subtitle. This time the subtitle will not be on. We have already mastered the vocabulary and difficult word there. So we'll speak along with the actor without subtitle. We will maintain the gesture and posture of the actor, and we'll repeat until the let's say a learner has to repeat until he or she is similar to the actor in the day 5. And then day 6, and then it is more like the native speaker. Okay, he will record the voice of the actor, and he will record his voice, and he will compare between them, his voice and then let's say actor voice. Now if there are similarities, then he will stop it. If not, he will practice this. He will repeat all the process, and he will get mastery over the film, let's say clips here. So from here, now this is one thing that I have collected from my research participant here. And then this is the real story. It's not the thing that is made imagination. So one of my participant of secondary level learner, she did it. She followed this same thing here. When she learned this at the end of the class 10, and then she utilized the, after let's say appearing the SLC examination, she utilized the gap using this thing, and she followed the same technique at home. And when she utilized this technique there, her vocabulary is improved much faster there, and she made her accent like a native speaker of the English. And she also started to speak naturally with the correct English grammar. And she thought any idea in English without translating, without any stress there. She got a job in the call center later on, and she also got the full scholarship in her higher studies. She was nominated the class representative of the class of her classes. Now she is air hostess because of this, her English improvement here. Now that's why social media is a digital playground for learning. So anything can be learned using the social media. This is my concern here. So here are some of the things that we can do using this, some Facebook pages here. We can learn some vocabulary, we can learn the idiom, we can learn, let's say, we can correct our grammar, we can learn some of the ESL idea, EFL idea. These all things are found here in the Facebook pages. If you just click that, now you will get these all the ideas from here. So in this sense, we can say that this social media is a digital playground for learning English language. So now I'm going to conclude this. Now, what is the thing that we need to do? If you want to our topic, now let's develop a new strategy for post-COVID-19 here. So instead of prohibiting our student to use this technology, this all the thing or this thing technology, now we need to teach the student the digital skill for content creation, navigation, collaboration, and meaningful participation. Second thing, now we have to change. Teacher also has to change the role. They have to change their role. Stage on the stage with the guide by the side. Their role should be the guide here. Where do we find the material there? How do you learn? They need to give idea to the student one. And then school should promote the self-organized learning environment. SOL means self-organized learning environment. Student can organize the learning environment themselves. And then we need to think about the school in the cloud. It is already third in the world. So we can utilize the free or paid learning management system also needed there. We can give the student this all the things available in the learning management system. Student will be able to learn the things. So after COVID-19 lockdown period. So let's create a material, and we can request our province government for the big data center to store. Now we have created our material. Where do you store that one? If we store in particular place one data center there, then now everybody can use that material here. So let's motivate to embrace the technology to end the digital gap between the school. So collaborate and then share success story each other, organized by the caption and supported by the NELTA or vice versa. So this is all possible if we collaborate one to another. If we did not collaborate one to another, this is not possible. So this is the good effort done by, let's say, NELTA, Morang, and then PAPSAN. We have joined hand together. So here, PAPSAN, we have got not only English teacher, all teachers are English teacher in boarding school. So please join here in our NELTA, and we'll learn many things joining NELTA. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have got any queries, I will answer. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Govinda, Niroula, sir, for your beautiful, informative presentation. Now we have a very short question answer session. If there is any question from the participants, and please raise your hand. Punyashila
Ram sir,
yes, sir.
Before that, there is a reflection session, and the following reflection will receive questions from the participants.
Okay, then fine. So we are moving on to the reflection session. We had 4 sessions today during this period of presentation. Then now we are coming up with a reflection by NELTA CC member, Mr. Keshav Prasad Bhattarai. Over to you, Keshav sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ram sir. I'm very happy to be in front of these gatherings, and I do hope it is almost the end of the program. So many of the people might have left already, and still there are valued participants. Without making delay, I would like to acknowledge NELTA President Motikala Subba Dewan, NELTA former past President Hemanta sir, NELTA Province President NP sir, NELTA Morang Chair, my very good friend Gunaraj sir, Ram sir, and all the valued participants. I'm not going to make a delay because we are at the end. And I would request Umeshji to share my screen. I have made one poster to make this session very short. Okay.
Yeah, please, Keshav sir, go ahead. Is it?
Okay. Okay, now, yes, I liked the idea that Govinda sir presented and the example that the teacher can simply bring transformations and the changes in teaching by the use of day-to-day using social media like Facebook, Twitter, Messengers, Viber, and we can teach by using this social media. We can teach reading, writing, reading stories. We can also teach vocabularies. We can also teach speaking and so on. Really very great presentation that Govinda sir presented, and I like the ideas. And from these all today's presentations, so we have almost come to know that our students are in alpha or Z generations, or we can say in the terms of Professor Gnawali, they are in native generation of technology. our digital world, and we are in the migrant generations. We means most of the teachers are in the migrant generations. So clearly, certainly the students are far better in the use of technology and digital world than the teachers. So in this condition we are in, and still we have been compelled to use the digital world. We have been exposed to digital world. But whenever we talk about different digital worlds and its pros and cons, its consequences, its use, and so on, we should think about my positioning today is we always should remember and we should think about the matter of a digital divide. We have talked about digital networking and learning, but there is the matter of digital divide as well. Though digital divide simply is a kind of inequalities and inequities that is created by the digital world, cannot be overnight removed. We cannot avoid it, and we cannot improve it by overnight working. But we have to think about them. We have to consider it. And my positioning today is we have to problematize the issue first. As we have realized today that we have been much more dependent towards the digital world, and the more and more dependent we become to the digital world, the more digital divide we face between the haves and haves not. It is told by Bentley 2014. So the more we become dependent and we are engaged in digital world, that creates more digital divide, even though the tools and everything is being increased and improvised. Because all connectivity is not created equal. The opportunity you grab depends on which technology or device you use. That gives you the facilities. What kind of technology you are using even in the digital world, and you are being access to it or not. Whether all people are having equal access to the digital world or not. It is one of the very important issues, and almost in the presentations it came as well. But my positioning is, already I told we cannot overnight remove this problem of digital divide, but we have to at least make this a kind of issue, because there is the daily needs of supports for digital knowledge, awareness. As Professor Gnawali told, we need to be ready, we need to participate, we need to acquire knowledge of our own, we have to be proactive, as Professor Gnawali told. We have been forgetting to make the issue of supports, a kind of mentoring from individual side and from the authority. Because without giving a kind of supports and without trying to support from individual side and from the authority, from the government side, authority can be one institutional or organizational side as well. We cannot avert this problem of digital divide. So my valued participants, what I want to urge is we have to make the issue, we have to raise the issue. There is problematize the issue of digital divide. We are saying there is no access, but we are not saying that why not everybody, the authorities should provide the support. We are not saying that. We are not giving a kind of, we are not lobbying for making a kind of support system for those who are not in the access of digital divide. Now students have to study. They have to sign up or sign in the digital online courses and online learning, but all of them are not in access. So we have to make this issue and reach it to the local level, to the government, federal government level, so that the authority will be compelled to think or rethink about this. There is this solution I have also prescribed, I have also told that let's make the problematize and raise the issue. We can from our individual side also help others to participate. We can spread awareness. We can from our individual in the collaborative way, as Professor Gnawali told, let's work in the collaborative form so that we can support each other and we can build knowledge and skills. And only it comes at the last, haves and haves not. Before coming to the haves or haves not, whether they have got internet facilities at home or not, whether they have got a smartphone at home or not, before reaching to that point, before reaching to this haves and haves not point, we can make a different background setting earlier. We can at least raise the awareness, support system, we can help each other, and then we can reach to the haves and haves not. That is the last stage. So before that also we have many things to do, and we can help each other in the digital world, to all, to students and so on. My positioning, my conclusion is only this, my fellow friend. Let's make whatever we can do, let's have whatever we can do from personal side and from our organizational side. You can be principal, you can be one chief or head of some departments. From your side, let's help to each other, to your students, before we reach to the point of haves and haves not. That will be addressed by the government. So before that, if we do, as Govinda sir told, we can do many things. See, we can teach simply by the help of simple mobile also, reading, writing, listening, vocabularies and so on. That is my things. It was a great presentation, Govinda ji. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Very much, Keshav sir, for your beautiful and inspiring words, putting reflection on the presentation of Govinda sir. And we had a very long session, I mean, in a sitting today, almost for 4 hours, and it is going to strike 6. And we are very much thankful to everyone. And now is the time to conclude the session for today. And I hope we have had a very fruitful and productive day with the ELT scholars and mentors. But we have a question answer session left. So if there is any questions left on Govinda Niroula sir's presentation, then I very humbly request the participants for putting forward the questions.
Please,
if any.
All right. So that's great.
Sir. Okay.
Such a presentation that doesn't invite any questions. That's great.
Thank you, Gurdas sir.
People are tired of this presentation only.
All right. So we are so happy that we can still see our chairs from neighboring districts. Ravinji is there. Dharmendra sir is there. That's great. So how are we going to conclude, Ram sir? Could you please suggest?
Okay, sir. I extend my very sincere gratefulness to all the scholars, teachers, and colleagues for having such a great day, having such a level of patience and passion too. And it's a great thing to be together, working together. So finally, I would like to request NELTA Morang Chair, Mr. Gunraj Nepal, to conclude the session with few words for today formally. Then we'll be joining tomorrow in the next session. And then saying so, I also want to see off from all the friends and colleagues goodbye. And now, over to Gunraj sir.
Sir, I think I have shared screen, and I don't think I should speak anything on what I have displayed on the screen. Umeshji?
Yeah.
Is my slide visible?
Yes, it is visible, sir. So we can see the.
Okay. Thank you all. And here are session inputs. We can turn this uncertain and stressful time of lockdown into very productive opportunity if our attitudes are positive and if our engagements are lively. That was the input by Motikala Subba Dewan, our Madam President, and the second session by our Province President, Province number 1 President, Mr. N.P. Bhandari. And he shared the idea that we can harvest a mutual benefit if community schools and private schools collaborate on the ground of quality education and shared opportunities. And the third session by Professor Gnawali was there to remind us, in fact, to reiterate the importance of technology again. And then the takeaway from his session is that technology not only enhances our skills as teachers, but also helps us adapt to the changing times and students. And the fourth session by our growing, young, dynamic colleague, Govinda Niroula sir, and his major argument, if I catch it well, is a digital space where we can use social media and online forums, particularly Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, for the larger benefits of our students, especially in speaking and writing. So, and then there are sessions tomorrow. First session is by Mr. Hemantaraj Dahal sir, former president and national director, current advisor of NELTA, a great leader. And he will focus on writing process, not only writing as an outcome or as a product. How process is very important if we really aim at teaching writing. And then second session, of course, it's myself, and I'll be giving my session on thinking skills, drawing on examples from class 9, 10, and grade 12 English textbooks. I hope I will not discourage in my session. Please don't miss that too. And then there is a third session from another dynamic MPhil scholar, Mr. Shankar Dewan, and he is giving a session on forging gaps between 21st century learners and teachers. I guess this is also going to be a very fascinating session for you. And then finally, there is a thought-provoking session, a panel discussion to be moderated by Mr. Indra Chauhan, NELTA Morang Vice Chair, a very dynamic friend, my wife. And panelists are, Professor Gnawali, representing academics category, and then Dr. Tulasi Thapalia, representing government or education ministry faculty. Then Mr. Mishra representing Paxson or private section, and Mr. Wagle representing teacher educator section. So this panel will be looking into the issues and direction surrounding the themes of teaching and learning in online environment. I hope that session too will benefit you a lot, because when we do attempt doing something, we have to have a concrete ideas about what we are doing and how we can do better. So looking forward to your valuable presence tomorrow. And today was a historic moment for